Chapter 22:11. Kneel. Yang Yi frowned, and he was quite bewildered. Me? She glanced at him and said, some time ago, an armless man entered the Star Gate. An armless man? Yang Yi's fists were gradually clenched. What did he do there? Dugu Juetian replied indifferently. He went to look for something. Yang Yi asked, what? The sprite of slaughter. Dugu Juetian continued, my undying race conquered billions of universes, so just imagine how many we've killed. One of these continents formed a sprite once its inhabitants were annihilated, the sprite of slaughter. If you possess it, then your slaughter intent would multiply. Most importantly, it has endless room for growth. The more you kill, the stronger it becomes. It just happens to be perfect for someone like you. So, he went in there with the intent of getting that sprite for you. I sense the same bloodline in you. Dugu Juetian glanced at Yang Yi. Do you know what happened in the end? Yang Yi shook his head. Dugu Juetian laughed with ridicule. He overestimated his strength a little. Yang Yi looked up at her. She spoke indifferently, however. He was quite outstanding. He was able to return alive. Unfortunately, he was still heavily injured. Heavily injured. Yang Yi clenched his fists. At this moment, he finally knew where his father's injuries had come from. The undying race had gone through the Stargate before being attacked by the 5 progenitors. A long time passed before Yang Yi restrained his thoughts. Why have you come to me? Are you interested in meeting the sprite of slaughter? Dugu Juetian continued. It's just behind the Stargate. Do you dare? Yang Yi asked. Why should I go? She replied indifferently. Do you think that you have a choice? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Dugu Juetian suddenly said, 2 hours. If you don't get there in 2 hours, then 100 undying cavalries will go to Void Spirit Continent, and nothing will be left in their wake. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi remained here. Go. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking slowly in his direction. The Martial Emperor. It was the Martial Emperor whom he hadn't met for some time. The Martial Emperor glanced at Yang Yi. Your father left you something there? Yang Yi asked. What? The Martial Emperor replied. You'll know once you get there. Yang Yi fell silent. The Martial Emperor glanced at the surroundings and said, regardless of whether it's the other races, the 2 paths, the God race, or the undying race, all of them will be something you must overcome. So, use this opportunity to gain an understanding of them. Yang Yi gazed at the Martial Emperor. What else did he tell you? The Martial Emperor shook his head. He was a straightforward person. You two have something in common, and it's that once you regard something as correct, you'll do it without any hesitation. You completely ignore the thoughts and opinions of others. He suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I presume you resent me, right? Yang Yi was puzzled. Resent him? The Martial Emperor smiled. He would have survived if I lent him a hand. Yang Yi replied, but why should you? You don't owe me or my father. So, you don't have to offend and even fight them to the death for us. The Martial Emperor gazed at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi continued, my father and brothers are dead. However, it's a path we chose, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Moreover, I won't hate someone just because that person didn't lend me a hand. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Regardless of whether it was the Tao progenitor or Martial Emperor, if they helped him, it was out of kindness. However, if they refused to help him, he couldn't blame them either. As far as he was concerned, his own strength was the only thing he could rely on. As for relying on others, that wasn't realistic at all. No matter what it was, he had to rely on himself. Yang Yi left. The Martial Emperor gazed at his vanishing figure for a long time before leaving. Yang Yi arrived at the endless black holes. After traveling for hours, he arrived before the door of light, and Dugu Juetian was waiting there for him. She glanced at him and said, let's go. She walked into the door of light. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to follow her. As soon as he entered, he felt dizzy, and white light mixed with lightning were flickering incessantly around him. A long time passed before he felt the surroundings calm down once more. Yang Yi opened his eyes. There were no eyes in his eye sockets, only blood red. While he had no eyes, it didn't stop him from seeing the world. Darkness. The world before him was extremely dark, like the veil of night after dusk. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and Yang Yi sensed an endless aura of death in the surroundings. To be more precise, it was death energy. Very, very dense death energy. Yang Yi asked, "This is the undying race?" She replied indifferently, "What? You didn't expect this?" Yang Yi nodded. Besides dense death energy, there was another thing that stood out about this place. There was no spirit energy. It had dried up. The spirit energy here had dried up. If it was the end times, then this world would be one that was truly suffering from it. Meanwhile, Dugu Juetian suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, a furious howl resounded from afar, and then a huge bird dived down from the sky. It was quite a strangely shaped bird. It was like a rock, yet it had the head of a dragon and an extremely long tail. Moreover, its tail was extremely sharp like a spike. A dragon hawk, an ancient being that was ferocious in nature. Its speed was almost as fast as light, and it had been subdued by the undying race. The dragon hawk descended before Dugu Juetian. She got on it and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's figure shook and descended on the dragon hawk. Suddenly, the dragon hawk howled with fury and seemed to be displeased that Yang Yi was standing on it. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his foot down on the dragon hawk's head. An instant later, his sword stabbed into its head. His sword entered halfway into its head, while a strand of extremely powerful slaughter intent enveloped the dragon hawk. The dragon hawk instantly fell quiet. Yang Yi put his sword away and gazed at Dugu Juetian. "It has a bad temper, and it needs to be fixed. What do you think?" She glanced at him and said, "I think you have a bad temper too and need to be fixed." Yang Yi shrugged. "Then how about we spar? There'll be a chance for that." Dugu Juetian turned around and looked into the distance. At this moment, the dragon hawk had brought them far into the clouds. It was extremely swift, and it was so swift that space was torn open in its wake. Just like that, it flew for around 2 more hours before it stopped. At this moment, a huge black city stood before Yang Yi and Dugu Juetian. It was huge, the largest Yang Yi had ever seen in his life. Just its walls were colossal. Just a block of the wall was multiple times larger than Yang Yi. There was a towering stone pillar within the city, and it towered into the clouds. A statue stood at the top of it. Dugu Juetian suddenly became respectful, and then she bowed slightly to the statue before tapping her right foot down. After that, the dragon hawk brought her and Yang Yi to the city's entrance, and it glanced at Yang Yi when it left. But when Yang Yi gazed at it, it immediately transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi followed Dugu Juetian into the city. The city was empty and very quiet too. The buildings weren't very different to the buildings of humans, but they each had their own unique traits. As he walked through the city, Yang Yi noticed something different. Some of the cities had many people lying within them. It didn't take long for Dugu Juetian to stop abruptly. There was a square before them, and it was covered in caskets. There were tens of thousands of them. Dugu Juetian gazed at them for a very, very long time, and then she continued forward. Yang Yi followed her. At the end of the square was a hall. She brought Yang Yi to it and said, "Go inside." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What are those caskets out there?" "It's none of your business." She replied indifferently, "Go inside. That person wants to see you." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Do you think he'll be able to come out alive?" She glanced at him. "You know the situation well. As for whether you can come out alive, to be honest, you can't come out alive even if you attain the progenitor realm." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and the door swung open. After that, she pushed Yang Yi into the hall. Yang Yi's expression changed when he entered it. Slaughter intent. The hall was filled with boundless slaughter intent, and it was so dense that even he wasn't really able to endure it. A perfect host. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the hall. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a blood-red ball floating over to him. Yang Yi said, "You're the sprite of slaughter?" "I am." The sprite of slaughter grew closer and closer to him. "I've been to countless universes, but I've never met anyone who attained the progenitor realm and slaughter intent like you have. Moreover, you have the heart of slaughter. If I devour you, it would take just a few years for people like progenitors to be like ants before me. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fist. Meanwhile, the sprite of slaughter suddenly continued. You're thinking of resisting? Don't waste your energy. Your strength is extraordinary, and you possess precious treasures, but you're still too weak to me. It's just your body that's suitable for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to take a glance at an ant like you. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a ray of blood red that shot toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He was about to counterattack when a hand suddenly obstructed the ball of blood, and then a voice resounded, "Fucking kneel." As soon as the voice resounded, the hand suppressed the ball of blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure stiffened on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22:12 The Sprite of Slaughter. Chapter 22:12 The Sprite of Slaughter. A middle-aged man was standing not too far away from him, and it was none other than Yang Wudi. However, Yang Wudi had his hands. The Sprite of Slaughter was forcefully suppressed on the ground, and it couldn't move at all. Yang Wudi gazed at Yang Yi. "Are you surprised?" Yang Yi nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, "This isn't your main body?" Yang Wudi smiled. "Of course not." Yang Yi lowered his head slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi grabbed the Sprite of Slaughter over to Yang Yi. "It's a clone I left here, and it has 50% of my strength." As he spoke, he gazed at the Sprite of Slaughter. "I'm here for this guy." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Yang Wudi explained. "You came into contact with that prehistoric expert, and that allowed this Sprite of Slaughter to gain knowledge of your existence. He asked the prehistoric expert to capture you and bring you here. I stopped them before, but I felt that this fellow wasn't ordinary, so I followed them. After that, I realized that he really wasn't ordinary. So, I left a contingency plan in place. Sure enough, you came here in the end." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "You wouldn't have died if this clone of yours was present that day, right?" Yang Wudi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he spoke softly. "I didn't want to make your mother wait for too long." Yang Yi lowered his head and fell silent. Yang Wudi continued, "A peerless expert? Eternal life? Actually, I don't want any of that. I just want to be by your mother's side and watch the sunrise, watch the sunset, and plant some crops. However, destiny plays tricks on us all. At many times, the simplest things are actually the most difficult." Yang Yi asked, "It's because of me, right?" Yang Wudi smiled. "After you were born, you and your mother were everything to me. We could give up everything for you. Actually, I'm really proud. I'm truly proud because my son is no coward. Actually, my hopes for you were never great. But there's one thing you must have, and it's that people of our Yang clan must never be cowards. Life is neither long nor short, so how can you live it in fear?" He gazed at the Sprite of Slaughter and continued, "This thing isn't ordinary at all. If it hadn't been careless and thought ID died to it, it would probably take quite a bit of effort to deal with it." Yang Yi asked, "Is it useful?" "Of course." Yang Wudi smiled. "It may be useless to others, but it's very useful to you. Especially now." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Wudi smiled. "Your slaughter intent is at the progenitor realm, so taking another step forward is extremely difficult. But if you have it, it can help you take half a step forward. Moreover, you'll gain a powerful companion in battle." He flicked the Sprite of Slaughter, and it transformed into a ray of blood-red light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. Or to be more precise, it entered the black on Yang Yi's forehead. Once it entered the black dot, Yang Yi's face warped. At the same time, the primordial pagoda appeared above him, and waves of golden light suppressed the Sprite of Slaughter, hatred, and resentment in Yang Yi. However, the primordial pagoda's effort didn't make a difference this time. It was completely useless. Yang Yi felt like his head was about to explode. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi suddenly said, "Hold on." It'll just take a while. Yang Yi gritted his teeth. A long time passed before Yang Wudi waved his right hand, and then a young girl in a red doo-doo appeared before Yang Yi. She seemed to be around 3 years old and had pigtails, but her pigtails were black and red respectively. Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt slightly better and spoke softly. "What's that?" Yang Wudi gazed at the girl. "I've eliminated the intelligence of the sprite of slaughter, and I made its body merge with the hatred and resentment within you. After they merged together, it transformed once more into a sprite with your slaughter intent as its foundation. So, she can be considered as a materialization of your slaughter intent. However, she's not just your slaughter intent. It's a merger of 3 different things." Meanwhile, the young girl opened her eyes. At the instant she did that, Yang Yi noticed that her eyes were blood red, just like his. She gazed at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then flew over to Yang Yi and touched his chest lightly. Yang Yi stretched out his hand. Meanwhile, she blinked and put her hand on his palm. Yang Yi spoke softly, "You'll be Scarlet from now on. All right?" "Scarlet?" She blinked, and then nodded to display her agreement. After that, she transformed into a ray of red light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. Or to be more precise, Shed entered his sea of consciousness. Yang Yi asked, "Is she dangerous?" Yang Wudi grinned. "Innumerable hatred and resentment coupled with your slaughter intent and the sprite of slaughter. Do you think she's dangerous? Of course, she isn't dangerous to you because she was born because of you. So, to a certain extent, you created her. She has just been born, so there's a lot for her to get accustomed to. You'll realize how terrifying she is, soon enough." Yang Yi nodded. "All right." Yang Wudi smiled. "Now, you should be thinking about how to leave this place." Yang Yi asked, "Are you going with me?" Yang Wudi smiled. "Of course." Just like that, the pair of father and son left the hall, and a woman was standing a short distance away. It was Dugu Juetyin. 3 old men with canes in their grasps were standing behind her. All 3 of them looked exactly the same. Dugu Juetyin walked slowly toward them. "I didn't expect this. I truly didn't." "So your loss was faked." Yang Wudi smiled. "Only one person has ever been able to defeat me in single combat. Besides him, I, Yang Wudi, have never really lost a battle. Want to try me?" "Of course." As soon as she finished speaking, a spear appeared before him. Yang Wudi shook his head and pressed his palm down. Bang! The spear was instantly pressed against the grow. However, Dugu Juetyin had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a short sword swept toward his throat. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi tapped his right foot down. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Dugu Juetyin was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped herself, Yang Wudi had slammed his fist at her from afar. Boom! A powerful wave of energy swept out from his fist, and it surged at her like a torrent. Bang! Dugu Juetyin was blasted far away. As soon as she stopped herself, Yang Wudi appeared in front of her. Her reaction was extremely quick, and she immediately stabbed a spear at him. Crack! The space around her instantly cracked apart, and the powerful force the spear carried forced Yang Wudi to a stop. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi suddenly flicked lightly. Bang! It struck against the tip of the spear, causing it to tremble violently. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi grabbed the spear's tip and swung it. Bang! Dugu Juetyin was blasted away again. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi's figure flashed into the sky. He looked down at Dugu Juetyin's figure that was still moving backward, and then he pulled his palms away from himself. In an instant, the space around him warped strangely. Crack! A clear and melodious crack resounded, and then blood seeped out from the corner of Dugu Juetyin's mouth. Meanwhile, the other 2 spears on her back shot up into the air. In an instant, they transformed into 2 rays of dark light that shot toward Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi casually waved his hand in midair. Bang! The spears were blasted away. Meanwhile, Dugu Juetyin flashed, and a speck of cold light instantly appeared before Yang Wudi's forehead. Dugu Juetyin was behind the cold light. Yang Wudi took a small step back, and then he clawed forward with his right hand. Space instantly turned ethereal, and then he slammed his palm forward. Bang! Dugu Juetyin was slammed extremely far away. Dugu Juetyin hadn't even been able to stop herself when Yang Wudi slapped his palm forward. Bang! The space around Dugu Juetyin was instantly obliterated, but Yang Wudi frowned slightly in response. In the obliterated expanse of space, Dugu Juetyin's figure still remained, and a huge Nefarious stood below her. It was almost double the size of any Nefarious Yang Yi had seen in the past. An undying cavalry. The undying cavalry were strongest when they had their Nefarious. At this moment, Dugu Juetyin's aura had changed completely. If her aura was like that of a river before this, it was like an ocean now. She held her spear in hand as she gazed coldly at Yang Wudi again. As soon as she said that, her spear suddenly shot forward. Bang! Yang Wudi was blasted over 3 kilometers back. However, he shook his head and grinned. It is getting a little interesting, but I'm not interested in wasting my time on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wudi closed his eyes. At the same time, he clenched his fists slowly, and the space around him instantly froze. An instant later, he opened his eyes, world shatter. Crack. A loud and clear crack resounded, and then Dugu Juetyin's eyes opened wide. Meanwhile, the Nefarious below her exploded apart into a pile of mush. Moreover, her figure started to crack apart as well, bit by bit. At this moment, shock filled her eyes. Astonishment. Step. Suddenly, a footstep resounded from deep within the city. Only the sound of those footsteps remained in the world. Yang Wudi frowned slightly and turned around. At the same time, a spear tore through the air toward him. A wooden spear. An extremely ordinary wooden spear. However, Yang Wudi's frown deepened instead. Boom! A wave of terrifying force suddenly swept out from within him. Hiss! However, the wooden spear ignored his aura and instantly stabbed into his chest, blasting him extremely far away as well. In the end, the wooden spear nailed him against the city wall. Chapter 22:13 The Tomb of Gods. Chapter 22:13 The Tomb of Gods. Step. Step. The footsteps resounded from deep within the city again. They were very slow, like their owner was just taking a stroll, but every single step made the sounds throughout the world vanish without a trace. Only the footsteps remained in the world. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi lightly slapped his right palm against the wall. Hiss! His figure escaped the wooden spear. At the same time, Yang Yi appeared in front of him. Yang Wudi glanced at the hold in his chest, shook his head and smiled. Interesting indeed. Looks like I underestimated the undying race. He gazed at Yang Yi. You leave first. Yang Yi shook his head. Yang Wudi said, Hear those footsteps? It can cover the sound of all things until only it remains. Such ability and strength is something that even I dare not guarantee that I can stop, even at my prime. As he spoke, he patted Yang Yi lightly on the shoulder. Don't be impulsive, because it's pointless. So leave. Yang Yi shook his head. I can't do that. Yang Wudi smiled. Who will avenge me if you die here? The men of my Yang clan repay both kindness and enmity. So, you naturally have to avenge me. Leave, all right? Yang Yi was about to speak when Yang Wudi formed a strange seal, and then a blue circle of light appeared below Yang Ye's feet. After that, it shook violently before Yang Ye's figure started to gradually turn ethereal. Yang Yi instinctively tried to struggle free of the teleportation formation, but Yang Wudi's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Are you trying to make me die with everlasting regret? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wudi started walking slowly toward the distance, and he stopped after walking around 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure had turned completely ethereal. However, he witnessed a scene before he vanished completely. A wooden spear stabbed into Yang Wudi's chest. At the same time, Yang Wudi shot a glance backward, and it was exactly where Yang Yi was. A smile appeared on his face when he saw that Yang Yi had vanished completely. He fell. This time, Yang Wudi had truly fallen. Dugu Juetyin walked over to Yang Wudi. She gazed at the wooden spear in his chest, and then she fell silent for a moment before looking toward the distance and falling to one knee. Lord Xiaolu. A voice came from afar. Imprison him in the tomb of gods. Dugu Juetian hesitated for a moment and said, Isn't it only for the living? Such experts don't die that easily. Even though he sought death, if he wants to live, then besides a few in this world, who can truly annihilate him? The voice replied softly, If he's willing to work for our undying race, we can return him his freedom and strength. Otherwise, he can stay trapped in the endless darkness of the tomb of gods forever. Dugu Juetian spoke softly, But does he have the right to be imprisoned there? The voice replied indifferently, You couldn't even fight back against a clone of his. Is that not enough? Dugu Juetian lowered her head slightly and fell silent. Don't be dissatisfied. The voice continued, Perhaps his main body is inferior to the void spirit maiden of all those years ago, but it wouldn't be much weaker. The Tomb of Gods is a way our undying race shows respect to the top expert throughout the universe, and he has the right to be placed in there. Do it. Dugu Juetian nodded. Which tomb? The voice replied, The 10th. 10th. Dugu Juetian's expression changed, and she was quite shocked. The Tomb of the Gods wasn't just a tomb the undying race had built. It was a place to imprison the top experts who had once lost to the undying race. The undying race had launched expeditions into countless universes and conquered them, but up until now, only around 20 experts had the right to be imprisoned in the Tomb of Gods. However, besides the third tomb, all the top 10 tombs had always been empty. Because besides that expert in the third tomb, the undying race felt that until now, no other expert had the right to be placed within the top 10 tombs. However, Dugu Juetian hadn't expected Lord Xiao Lu to think so highly of the man before her and imprison him in the 10th tomb. The voice asked, You think he has no right? Dugu Juetian nodded. While he's extremely strong, the immortal executioner in the 12th tomb and the night demon emperor in the 11th tomb aren't any weaker to him, right? Not to mention them, even Fan Tianyin in the 13th tomb is stronger than him, right? Girl. Meanwhile, the voice resounded, You're too young. I can sense how strong he is, but you can't. That's because you're not strong enough. Understand? Dugu Juetian's face froze. She didn't say another word and just vanished on the spot with Yang Woody's body. The area fell silent once more. The large universe. At the door of light in the endless black holes, the door of light suddenly trembled, and then a man walked out slowly from within. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately turned around and gazed at the door of light once he emerged from it. He was about to enter it when a Nanjing appeared before him. She grabbed his hand and shook her head. Yang Yi clenched his fists and fell silent. A long time passed before Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the door, and then he left with a Nanjing. Void Spirit Continent. After he returned to Void Spirit Continent with her, he immediately entered the Primordial Pagoda. In the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and Scarlet appeared before him. The black and red pigtails behind her head were extremely striking. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly appeared in front of Scarlet. Scarlet's eyes lit up when she saw Snowy, and then she opened her mouth and tried to bite Snowy. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide, and then she slapped her claw at Scarlet. Bang! Scarlet was slapped flying. Yang Yi was stunned speechless by this. Meanwhile, Scarlet was furious. The naivety and immaturity on her face had vanished, and only ferocity and the desire to kill remained. She raised her hand, and a blood-red sword appeared in her grasp. After that, she swung the sword at Snowy. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi. She was asking him why this little fellow was so arrogant. Yang Yi shrugged to display that he didn't know. Meanwhile, her sword had arrived before Snowy. Yang Yi raised his palm and slapped it forward. However, his expression changed when it touched the blood-red sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Moreover, there was an extremely deep injury on his palm. Yang Yi was shocked. Scarlet is so strong? Snowy was furious when she saw Yang Yi being pushed back. She was no weakling, so she immediately opened her mouth and took a breath. In an instant, the blood-red sword in Scarlet's grasp turned into a ray of red light that entered Snowy's mouth. At the same time, The slaughter intent she emanated was completely absorbed. Scarlet was stunned. Yang Yi was quite stunned too. Snowy, is that strong now? She can even absorb slaughter intent? Scarlet blinked and used her eyes to shoot a plea for help to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Scarlet, and then she grabbed Scarlet's pigtails and started swinging her about. Scarlet was infuriated once more. She howled with fury while endless slaughter intent surged out from her. In an instant, the entire sky within the primordial pagoda was filled with slaughter intent and had turned blood red. However, Snowy wasn't affected at all, and she just continued slamming Scarlet about with her pigtails. A sprite. Scarlet may be extremely strong, but she was still a sprite, and sprites would be countered by Snowy. However, because Scarlet was too strong, her first thought hadn't been fear. It had been the intent to devour Snowy. Unfortunately, Snowy had evolved. Even though she wasn't that great at combat, she was extremely powerful when it came to dealing with sprites. Suddenly, Scarlet raised her hands. Surrender. The little fellow was finally unable to take it and had chosen to surrender. Snowy stopped, and Scarlet immediately flew over to Yang Yi before gazing at him with a wronged expression on her face. Moreover, she kept pointing at Snowy. Snowy blinked and felt that this entire thing was quite strange. I've become the bad one? Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. He rubbed Scarlet's head and said, Don't bully Snowy. Listen to Snowy, understand? Scarlet bit her finger and glanced at Snowy. Snowy waved her claw, and then Scarlet hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi smiled. He seemed to have thought of something at this point and summoned the sword spirit. As soon as she saw the sword spirit, Scarlet's eyes lit up again. She grabbed the sword spirit and gazed at Snowy. At this moment, Yang Yi was shocked to notice that the aura she emanated had become many times stronger. Danger. At this moment, Snowy sensed strong danger too. Snowy wasn't the only one. Yang Yi sensed danger too. It was a feeling of danger which he only got from progenitors. Yet now, he was sensing it from Scarlet. Scarlet started walking slowly in Snowy's direction. The sword spirit emanated endless slaughter intent in Scarlet's hands. In just a short while, the entire pagoda was filled by slaughter intent. It was even more terrifying than Yang Yi's slaughter intent. Swords were weapons of slaughter, and Yang Yi's sword was a true sword of slaughter. So, its might was boundlessly enhanced in Scarlet's grasp. Once she had the sword spirit in her grasp, her slaughter intent had a container, so it grew even more terrifying. Snowy blinked, gulped, and then glanced at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Scarlet had arrived near Snowy. Scarlet gazed at Snowy while the sword spirit trembled incessantly, and she shot a threatening gaze at Snowy. Revenge. The little fellow wanted revenge for the beating Snowy had given her. Suddenly, Snowy looked up at the sky and waved her claws swiftly. Boom! A moment of silence ensued, and then a ray of golden light flashed through the sky before a small pagoda appeared in Snowy's paw. The primordial pagoda. Snowy started walking slowly towards Scarlet with the primordial pagoda in her paw. She pointed her paw at Scarlet and then clenched it. A threat? A direct threat? Scarlet blinked, glanced at Snowy, and then glanced at the primordial pagoda. In the end, she glanced at the sword in her grasp, and she felt like she had no chance to win now. So, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged because he was unable to help. Suddenly, she transformed into a ray of blood-red light that entered Yang Yi's forehead, and then Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide. 2 rays of blood-red light surged out from his eyes. At the same time, a strand of terrifying slaughter intent swept out. Boom! The space within the primordial pagoda started to collapse. Chapter 22:14. Before Immortality. Slaughter intent. Yang Yi's body was emanating endless slaughter intent, and it made the space within the primordial pagoda crack open. If Yang Yi's slaughter intent had been an endless ocean in the past, then now it was like a boundless universe. It was on a completely different level. Snowy was stunned by the sight of this. Meanwhile, the primordial pagoda suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. Bang! A ray of golden light instantly enveloped Yang Yi, and then the slaughter intent was instantly enveloped by it as well. However, the boundless slaughter intent still slammed incessantly against the golden light, causing the golden light to start cracking open. Suddenly, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, and a strand of spirit energy surged endlessly into Yang Yi. At the same time, Snowy wrapped her paws around Yang Yi's face and rubbed her face incessantly against his face. Yang Yi gradually closed his eyes. A long time passed before he placed his palm on his forehead. "Ji, get out!" Bang! A ray of red light flashed out from Yang Yi's forehead, and it dispersed to reveal Scarlet. Scarlet seemed bewildered as she gazed at him. Once Scarlet left his body, Yang Yi felt much better, and he started stabilizing himself. A long time passed before he looked at Scarlet, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. At the instant just now, Scarlet had given all her slaughter intent to him, causing his slaughter intent to become unprecedentedly powerful. However, it was so strong that he almost lost himself to it. Slaughter. At that instant just now, Yang Yi simply wanted to slaughter everyone, including Snowy, the Primordial Pagoda, and Nanjing, and everyone else in here. This time, had truly experienced how terrifying the sprite of slaughter was. Suddenly, Snowy glared angrily at Scarlet, causing the latter to be terrified and hurriedly move backward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi went over to Snowy and rubbed her head lightly. He said, "In the future, don't act rashly and go inside without my permission. All right?" Scarlet gazed at Yang Yi with an aggrieved expression. Yang Yi smiled. "I'm not blaming you. It's just that I'm unable to get accustomed to your strength yet, so we'll get injured if you go inside. Understand?" After he explained for a while, Scarlet finally understood what he meant. She promised that she wouldn't casually enter Yang Yi's mind without his permission. Yang Yi pulled Snowy and the Primordial Pagoda over to the side and spoke softly. "Snowy, you're the eldest, so you can't bully Scarlet. Understand?" The eldest? Snowy's eyes lit up. She liked being called the eldest. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Scarlet. "Listen to Snowy. She has a lot of spirit energy. If you're good, she'll be very good to you. Otherwise, you'll suffer a beating." Yang Yi felt that he had to educate these little fellows a little. Otherwise, the Primordial Pagoda would collapse if they started fighting. The facts proved that when the sprite of slaughter grew violent, she wasn't much weaker to the Primordial Pagoda. Perhaps she was no match for the Primordial Pagoda and Snowy, but she had the strength to fight them. In the end, Scarlet acknowledged Snowy's status and agreed to treat Snowy as the eldest. Actually, she wasn't that confident against Snowy, especially when the Primordial Pagoda took Snowy's side. So, unless Yang Yi merged with her, she couldn't fight Snowy and the Primordial Pagoda. But the problem was that Yang Yi would clearly not fight Snowy with her. So, no matter what, Yang Yi's problems had stabilized for now. Yang Yi left the Primordial Pagoda, and Yang Lianshuang immediately went to him. "Two people are here to see you." "Huh?" Yang Yi asked. "Who?" "Long time no see." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around, and he recognized the person who said that. It was Elder Yuan Hood helped him in the weapon dimension, and there was a middle-aged man by Elder Yuan's side. It was Zhong Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Elder Yuan smiled. "The weapon dimension is gone, so we're here to side with you." "What? You don't welcome us?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "Of course I welcome you. However, I'm facing quite a bit of trouble. I'm afraid I'll drag you down with me." Elder Yuan smiled. "Is anyone in this large world without trouble right now? All that matters is you're willing to welcome us to your side. Right? I have a bunch of disciples too, and I hope you'll take them in too." Heaven's Secret Hall. Yang Lianshuang spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan. "Senior, Heaven's Secret." Meanwhile, Zhong Yi spoke. "Elder Yuan is the founder of Heaven's Secret Hall, Heaven's Secret himself." "I see." Yang Yi spoke softly. "I never imagined you to have kept such an identity hidden." Elder Yuan grinned. "I just didn't want to be disturbed for certain reasons." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Senior, you plan to bring Heaven's Secret Hall here?" Elder Yuan nodded. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, How about this? Senior, you and the others from Heaven's Secret Hall can stay here, but if Void's spirit continent faces trouble in the future. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan suddenly said, well, fight together, of course. Yang Yi looked up at Elder Yuan, and the latter smiled. I'm not one who's very interested in cultivation, but fighting a progenitor won't be a problem for me. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, Senior. Why have you chosen to take my side? Presently, the large universe could be described as being divided into 4 parties. The Undying Race, the God Race, the World Alliance led by the Tao Path, and Yang Yes Void Spirit Continent. But amongst them, Yang Yes side could be described as the weakest. Elder Yuan spoke softly, treat it as a gamble. I'm gambling on your ability to lead us and slaughter our way out of this. Is that reason good enough? Yang Yi nodded. It is. Elder Yuan grinned, and then he glanced at the surroundings. There was once a formation here, but it seems like it has vanished. So, I plan to set up a new formation here, an extraordinarily powerful one. However, I need the Sprite Lord's help. Yang Yi replied, that's not a problem at all. However, you'll have to roast a goat for her every day. Elder Yuan chuckled, then I'm really getting off easily here. Haha. Just like that, Elder Yuan brought the experts of Heaven's Secret Hall to Void Spirit Continent. After that, what happened next surpassed Yang Yes' expectations by quite a bit, because Heaven's Secret was somehow able to recruit numerous experts. Sages. All of them were sages, and there were over a dozen of them. Besides that, a formation covered the entire continent. As for the large universe, the slaughter was still going on. Race after race vanished, and corpses covered the large universe. Meanwhile, more and more human experts rushed to Void Spirit Continent because it was a rare paradise in the large universe right now. The Tao Dimension. On this day, almost 600 Undying Cavalries suddenly appeared above the Tao Dimension. At this moment, the Tao Dimension was also the headquarters of the World Alliance. All the experts of the Alliance of All and the 3 paths were gathered here. However, they seemed so weak before the Undying Cavalries. Actually, the forces of the Alliance of All and the 3 paths were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the large universe had suffered from too much internal strife before the Undying Race arrived. Especially the battle with Yang Yi and Yang Wudi. That battle had caused the Alliance of All and the other 2 paths to suffer heavy losses. Dugu Juetian looked down at the Tao Dimension below her. Meanwhile, the Tao Progenitor appeared nearby. She gazed at him and said, do you really think you can stop my Undying Race? The Tao Progenitor replied, if the outcome is still death, then why wouldn't we try? Dugu Juetian smiled, not necessarily. My Undying Race is willing to give all of you a chance to live. So long as you submit, we're willing to let all of you live. Of course, this offer is only extended to experts at the major Zen realm or above, and everyone else must die. The Tao Progenitor frowned slightly. What do you want? Dugu Juetian replied indifferently, do you know why all of you are so weak? Before the Tao Progenitor could answer her, Dugu Juetian said, in my Undying Race, the weak are eliminated, and the weak have no right to speak. So, the Undying Race only has experts. But just look at the weak living beings in your large universe. Their lives are a waste of the scarce spirit energy that remains in your universe. Of course, you can refuse. As far as we're concerned, your refusal will only make us waste a little bit more energy. The Tao Progenitor shook his head slightly. I refuse. The strong had their own pride. The Tao Progenitor and the Tao Path would not surrender. Dugu Juetian nodded. If that's the case, all of you can die. As soon as she said that, 3 old men appeared behind her, 3 old men with exactly the same appearances. Their gazes immediately locked onto the Tao Progenitor. Meanwhile, the 600 Undying Cavalries behind her charged down at the Tao Dimension below them. How terrifying was an army of 600 Undying Cavalries? Not to mention sages, even a progenitor would be slaughtered with ease. The Tao Progenitor's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this, and a faint aura gradually seeped out of him. Meanwhile, the 3 old men suddenly appeared in front of him. They didn't attack and just gazed at him. Right when the Undying Cavalry were about to charge into the Tao Dimension, a voice resounded from within, We agree to your suggestion. Dugu Juetian raised her hand, and the undying cavalries stopped on the spot. However, the pressure they emanated still pressed down upon the Tao dimension, causing everyone in it to feel suffocated. The Tao progenitor looked over, and the Buddhist progenitor floated over slowly on his golden lotus. The devil progenitor, weapon progenitor, evil progenitor, and Shao Xiyo were by his side. The Tao progenitor spoke softly. You're admitting defeat, just like that? The Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together. We have no chance. The Tao progenitor spoke softly. Countless living beings. The Buddhist progenitor fell silent for a moment and said, everything is insignificant before the path of immortality. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22:15 That half step. The path of immortality. Why do people cultivate? It was for immortality. As soon as they take the first step into the path of cultivation, their lifespan grows incessantly, and all things can live longer. However, the longer one lives, the stronger one's desire to live grows. The desire and ambition of man was without limits. When a person who could live for just 10 years was able to live for 20 through cultivation, that person wouldn't be satisfied with that and would hope for 30 years, and even 300 years. But once he lives for 300 years, he would seek immortality. It was like the emperors of the mortal world. Unless they died, they would never give up the authority they held, and some even didn't want to die. Desire and ambition. Every living being had that. As far as these experts who'd cultivated and lived for countless years were concerned, everything else was insignificant before eternal life. The undying race had returned, and all 5 of them were heavily injured. So, they couldn't see any hope to win. Thus, they had chosen to make a compromise. In reality, it was no compromise, it was surrendering. If they didn't surrender, only death would await. Fight to the death? If the undying race was intent on killing them all, they would naturally fight to the death. Yet now, the undying race wasn't choosing to annihilate them. Thus, they had a way to survive, and thus they chose to survive. Dugu Juetian gazed at the Tao progenitor. Just the Tao progenitor was left. The latter fell silent for a moment and chuckled. Everyone seeks eternal life, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a saying from the Confucianist path, there are things a man can do, and there are things he can't. The Tao is nature. If I have to sacrifice the lives of everyone for my own, it's not a life worth living. Blazing flames appeared around the Tao progenitor. Ignition. It wasn't ignition of the soul but lifespan. Dugu Juetian's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected the Tao progenitor to make this choice. It was something that the Buddhist progenitor and the others hadn't expected either. Meanwhile, the Tao progenitor looked up at the sky, and it was in the direction of Void Spirit Continent. He spoke softly, "I'll buy you some time." Boom. As soon as he said that, a terrifying aura swept out from within him. At this moment, his aura rose steadily, and it only took a short while for the army of undying cavalry to be blasted away. The Buddhist progenitor was astounded. You actually absorbed your own lifespan to take that last half step. Is it really worth it? Was it worth it? The Tao progenitor shook his head slightly and looked down. All the experts of the World Alliance looked at him. Earlier, only despair filled their eyes. The 5 progenitors had chosen to make a compromise, and it meant that they would die. After all, how could they possibly fight back against the undying race's army and those 5 progenitors? It was obviously impossible. Death. At that instant, they could see no hope for themselves. The Tao progenitor gazed at them for a long time and said, "Run. Your luck will decide if you survive." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous wave of pressure swept out from him. At the same time, the Tao progenitor raised his hands slowly. In an instant, an invisible force dispersed from him, and it was so powerful that the space throughout the area turned ethereal. It couldn't endure the power of the aura. It couldn't endure it at all. It was like a torrent that drowned the undying cavalries and Dugu Juetian. Kill. Meanwhile, Dugu Juishan's voice resounded, and then every single Undying Cavalry launched their stronger attack. How terrifying were the joint forces of over 600. However, the Tao progenitor could be said to have exceeded the progenitor realm after igniting his lifespan. He was at his strongest. At this moment, flames were blazing around him. He suddenly transformed into a ray of flames that charged at the Undying Cavalries. Dugu Juishan's pupils constricted. All 3 spears on her back shot up into the air and toward the Tao progenitor. However, they hadn't even gotten close to him before they were blasted away. An instant later, the Tao progenitor had entered the group of Undying Cavalry. Bang! Rumbling resounded throughout the area above the Tao dimension. The space in a huge area collapsed in this instant, and the people throughout the Tao dimension started fleeing toward the surroundings. It was their last chance. Flee. Everyone fled madly from the Tao dimension. As for Dugu Juetyin and the other Undying Cavalry, they were being kept busy by the Tao progenitor. At this moment in the air above, the Tao progenitor was surrounded by all the Undying Cavalries, and icy spears surged incessantly at his flaming body. However, Undying Cavalries were also being blasted away incessantly. If it was any ordinary progenitor, the 600 Undying Cavalries would be able to slaughter a progenitor with ease if that progenitor didn't ignite his own lifespan or soul. After all, they were all at the sage realm, and they were no ordinary sages. Around 15 minutes later, the area fell silent. The 5 progenitors were here, Dugu Juetyin and the Undying Cavalry were here, but the Tao progenitor was gone. However, they hadn't gotten off easily as well. Around half of the Undying Cavalry were heavily injured, and so was Dugu Juetyin. However, the Tao progenitor had paid with his life. But countless had fled the Tao dimension, including the members of the Tao Path. Actually, the Tao Path had been one of the biggest reasons that the Tao progenitor had done this. The Tao Path was the culmination of his life's work. It was everything to him. He really couldn't abandon them. Just like the Confucianist progenitor had chosen to sacrifice himself for the Confucianist path. While the Tao progenitor, weapon progenitor, and Buddhist progenitor were all progenitors, their characters were completely different, and the way they did things was completely different too. The Buddhist progenitor closed his eyes slowly, gazed at the Tao progenitor's corpse, pressed his palms together, and praised Buddha. The Tao progenitor hadn't ignited his soul, had ignited his lifespan. So, his body was still intact after dying in battle. Or to be more precise, he hadn't been killed by the Undying Cavalries, had perished from exhausting all his lifespan. Otherwise, based on his strength just now, it would be very, very difficult to kill him. No matter what, the Tao progenitor was gone. The 5 progenitors fell silent. They hadn't expected the Tao progenitor to make this choice. After all, besides themselves, everything else was insignificant to existences at their realms of cultivation. However, the Tao progenitor had abandoned countless years of cultivation for a few ants. It wasn't worth it. As far as they were concerned, it wasn't worth it at all. Not to mention that those people weren't really close to them. Even if they were actual relatives or loved ones, the 5 progenitors wouldn't give up their lifetime of cultivation for those people. But the Tao progenitor had. There was blood on the corner of Dugu Juishan's mouth. While she wore a mask, it was obvious how furious she was right now. The Tao progenitor had spoiled their plans. Dugu Juetyin glanced coldly at the Tao progenitor's corpse and said, "Hang his corpse in the area above the Tao dimension. I want the world to know that resisting my undying race doesn't end well." The Buddhist progenitor and the others didn't say anything, and she glanced coldly at them. "Do you have any objections?" The Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together and remained silent. Dugu Juetyin withdrew her gaze and glanced at the Undying Cavalries. At this moment, more than half of them were heavily injured and needed time to recuperate. Were they really undying? Of course not. Otherwise, the Void Spirit race wouldn't have been able to stop them all those years ago. Dugu Juetyin glanced coldly at the Tao progenitor's corpse and left. The Undying Cavalry followed her. The invincible army of the Undying race. The news of what happened in the Tao dimension swiftly spread throughout the large universe. At this moment, all the living beings in the large universe started to feel terror. Terror. The 5 progenitors had surrendered, the Tao progenitor had fallen, so who else could stop the undying race? If they could surrender, many would be willing to surrender. However, the undying race didn't want weaklings, so they didn't even have the right to surrender. Despair enveloped the entire large universe. Void Spirit Continent. At this moment, Yang Lianshuang had repaired the city. While it couldn't compare to its state in the past, it wasn't that bad. At least it wasn't in ruins anymore. Void Spirit Hall. There were very few people here. Just Yang Lianshuang, Elder Yuan, and Zhong Yi. Besides that, Yang Yi was in the seat of the host. At this moment, Yang Yi had heard about the incident in the Tao dimension. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan spoke softly. The undying race's next target will either be us or the God race. Once we're dealt with, the entire large universe will collapse in an instant. So, we must make preparations. Yang Yi spoke softly. Was the Tao progenitor's corpse really treated like that? Elder Yuan glanced at Yang Yi, and he was slightly surprised because Yang Yi actually cared about that. He nodded. The Tao progenitor heavily injured the undying race's army on his own. However, so long as they have sufficient death energy, they'll be able to recover very swiftly. It won't take long for them to fully recover. Yang Yi nodded, stood up, and started walking to the exit. Elder Yuan asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Yi stopped and raised his palm. The primordial pagoda appeared above his palm. He gazed at it for a long time before he spoke softly. Regardless of how my relationship with the Tao path is, it's fact that I owe the Tao progenitor. I want to save the Tao path, and its fate has nothing to do with me. However, his corpse is being treated like that, so I think that I should do something about it. Elder Yuan spoke softly. Are you repaying his kindness? Sort of. Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly. Of course, the most important reason is that I can't stand the sight of the undying race. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22:16 Fuck Off. Yang Yi had left. Elder Yuan was smiling instead. Yang Lianshuang asked, "Why are you smiling?" Elder Yuan replied softly, "He's different in the end." Yang Lianshuang was puzzled. Huh? Elder Yuan explained. The others thought about their own interests first. If it was anyone else, hearing about the Tao Path's annihilation would make that person think about himself, but he cares about the Tao progenitor just because the Tao progenitor once helped him. Yang Lianshuang fell silent. Elder Yuan spoke softly. You can rest at ease when following a person like him, because you don't have to worry about being betrayed. Yang Lianshuang said, but people like this are the easiest to betray and use. Elder Yuan chuckled. Indeed. She glanced at him, smiled, and didn't say another word. Yang Yi left Void Spirit Continent, and he saw many people fleeing madly all along the way. The large universe was in utter chaos. Yang Yi shook his head and sped up. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Tao dimension. The Tao dimension. At this moment, it had collapsed, and the Tao progenitor's corpse floated above its ruins. Once a progenitor, he was being treated like this now. Needless to say, it was quite sad. Yang Yi felt that the Tao progenitor shouldn't suffer such treatment, so had come here. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the Tao progenitor's corpse floated over to him. Suddenly, an undying cavalry appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Put it back. The undying cavalry looked Yang Yi in the eye while ordering him. Yang Yi ignored the undying cavalry and placed the Tao progenitor's corpse in the primordial pagoda. Once the corpse entered the primordial pagoda descended above the Tao progenitor. It naturally recognized him. The Tao progenitor was its past master. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked up at the undying cavalry. At this moment, the undying cavalry was walking slowly in his direction with a spear in hand. Suddenly, a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and then he transformed into a ray of red light that charged at the undying cavalry. The undying cavalry's pupils constricted, and then a wave of powerful energy slammed against her. Bang! The undying cavalry was blasted extremely far away, and she hadn't even stopped herself when a blood-red sword pierced through her chest. Hiss! The blood-red sword took her figure along as it flew toward the distance. However, Yang Yi frowned. She was not dead. Once the undying cavalry stopped herself, besides turning slightly pale and ethereal, she was completely unharmed. However, there was a solemn gaze in her eyes when she looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the sword returned to his grasp. Yang Yi was about to attack again when the undying cavalry turned around and vanished into the distance. Shed run away. Or to be more precise, Shed fled. While Yang Yi's attack hadn't been able to kill her, it had heavily injured her. She was no fool. She knew that if this continued, she would really die. While Yang Yi was just a sage now, his strength wasn't inferior to a progenitor. So, ordinary undying cavalry were no match for him. However, Yang Yi had a headache with their undying bodies. Just one of them was easy to deal with because even if he couldn't kill that undying cavalry, he could beat up that undying cavalry to the point of being completely immobile. However, there were 600 of them. Moreover, they were only the tip of the iceberg that was the undying race. What kind of experts were standing behind the undying cavalry? If the undying race sent all its forces, how would he fight them now? Yang Yi didn't think further about this and just left. Void Spirit Continent. After he buried the Tao progenitor in the primordial pagoda, Yang Lianshuang appeared before him. Many have come here. Yang Lianshuang continued. Do you want to go have a look? You know quite a few of them. I know them. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Outside the city was a huge crowd of people, and they were like a huge mass of ants. Yang Yi recognized the person in the lead. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi and Dao Qing were in the group that led the entire mass of people. The Sky Race's experts stood behind Xiaoqi, and some disciples of the Dao Path were behind Dao Qing. Yang Yi frowned again when he saw them. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi walked over to Yang Yi and lowered her head slightly. So many of my Sky Race have died. We can't stop the undying race. The Sky Race is in chaos now, and Yang Yi rubbed her head while his heart couldn't help but hurt a little. In the past, she had nothing to worry about, yet now, such a heavy burden like the Sky Race had been placed on her shoulders. So, how could she endure it? Yang Yi shook his head and spoke softly. From now on, Void Spirit Continent is your home and the Sky Race's home. You and everyone from the Sky Race can stay here. It'll deal with everything else. Xiaoqi suddenly looked up at him. She just gazed at him like that, and then tears suddenly started to seep out of her eyes. Yang Yi wiped her tears. You're the leader of the Sky Race now. You can't cry in front of your people. Xiaoqi shook her head. My father treated you like that. Sorry. While her father had been killed by Yang Yi, she didn't hate him. Because her father had tried to kill him on many occasions, and Yang Yi was clearly capable of annihilating the Sky Race, but he hadn't done so because of her. Now, he was even willing to let them stay here because of her. Guilt. She felt even more guilty now. Yang Yi spoke softly. Your father wanted to kill me, but you saved me so many times. Your father is your father, and you are you. I can annihilate the Sky Race because of him, and I can save it because of you. Of course he wanted to have no ties like the unfettered one. However, Yang Yi couldn't do it in the end. There were too many people and things he had to care for. That was the difference between him and the unfettered one. The unfettered one could abandon everything including his loved ones, the sword sect, and many others. However, Yang Yi couldn't abandon them. Xiaoqi started crying even more when she heard him. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at Dao Qing. The others from the Tao Path were behind Dao Qing. As for the 8 other main disciples of the Tao progenitor, only 5 remained now. The rest were just followers of the Tao Path. Meanwhile, Dao Qing walked over to Yang Yi, and there was a wooden ring in his grasp. He raised it to Yang Yi. Master asked me to give this to you before he died. It's the symbol of the Tao Path's master. The symbol of the Tao Path's master. Yang Yi remained silent. Dao Qing laughed bitterly. If you refuse it, the Tao Path will really vanish from this world. It would face annihilation. Presently, Void Spirit Continent was the last paradise in the large universe, and it was the last hope for the Tao path and countless others. If Yang Yi refused to accept them, the Tao path would be driven away. If the Tao path was driven away in the current state of things, it would definitely perish. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even sages weren't confident in their ability to survive. While Yang Ye's side was extremely weak when compared to the undying race, it was temporarily safe for now. Yang Yi gazed at the ring for a long time before he said, "I refuse to take it." The faces of the experts from the Tao path turned pale. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "But you can enter Void Spirit City." Their expressions eased up slightly when they heard him. If Yang Yi drove them away, it would undoubtedly be no different than leaving them for destruction. Yang Yi moved his gaze to the side. The group behind Dao Qing's group was led by the Shaman Emperor. However, he wasn't the same Shaman Emperor Yang Yi knew. Moreover, the Spirit Race, Devil Race, Demon Race, Barbaric Race, and the others were behind him. The Shaman Emperor was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly waved his hand. "Besides the Sky Race, Tao Path, and Human Race, everyone fuck off right now. If anyone else besides them is still present here in 15 minutes, then he'll kill every one of them." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He accepted the Tao Path because of the Tao progenitor, and it was because the Tao Path hadn't participated in the attack on him or his father. As for the Sky Race, had accepted them because of Shao Qi, but he would never accept the other races. Yang Yi was no savior of the world. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten what they'd done to him. So, to be honest, he was being benevolent by not slaughtering them himself. Save them? They were dreaming if they thought he would. Meanwhile, the Shaman Emperor said, "Yang Yi, we were wrong to do what we did. Now, the undying race is attacking, and the large universe has fallen. We should join forces." Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a blood-red sword stabbed into his chest. The Shaman Emperor's body instantly stiffened. There was disbelief in the Shaman Emperor's eyes. Everyone here was shocked. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack and instantly kill the Shaman Emperor. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around. He opened his eyes, and they were blood-red. All of them couldn't help but step back from the sight of this. Yang Yi glanced coldly at them. "Fuck off. Now." He turned around, took a few steps, and then stopped again. He said, "If you're still here in 10 minutes, then you'll follow in his footsteps. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22:17. Come at me. The surroundings were silent. The humans and experts from the Sky Race and Tao Path had entered the city, and only the cultivators of the other races remained outside the city. Sorrow filled their eyes as they gazed at the Shaman Emperor's corpse, and there was despair on their faces too. Void Spirit City. Yang Yi entered Void Spirit Hall, and Yang Lianshuang was hesitant to speak behind him. Yang Yi stopped, gazed at her, and asked, "You think they're pitiable?" She remained silent. Yang Yi said, "Lianshuang, we're not here to do charity work. You must understand that we can't even protect ourselves right now. How will we fight the undying race when they attack? Moreover, everyone pities the weak, and they are weak now, so you pity them. But have you thought about how they treated the human race when the human race was in trouble? They didn't think that the human race was pitiable. They plundered the human race instead. They may be pitiable now because they are weak, but think about how they'll act when they are stronger than us." Yang Yi shook his head. Moreover, they merely hope to treat this place as a shelter. It isn't just them. Even many from the Sky Race and Tao Path think the same way. As far as they are concerned, even if the sky falls down, they'll have me and all of you to save them. To put it simply, most of them are just using us. When the undying race comes, how many will be willing to face them with us? Yang Lianshuang spoke softly. "Then why did you allow the Sky Race and Tao Path to stay?" Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang. "You know Shao Qi, right? If she didn't sacrifice herself in the lower universe, I would be dead. It was she who paid the price of falling into deep sleep in order to save me. How can I not repay that kindness? While the Tao progenitor never saved me, he helped me on many occasions. I never forget those who harm me, and I never forget those who help me." He frowned slightly at this point and looked up. They're here. They are here. Yang Lianshuang looked up. In the sky above Void Spirit Continent, 100 undying cavalries descended soundlessly. Every single one of them had a nefarious below them. At this moment, countless people throughout the continent looked up at the sky. There was an old man before the army of undying cavalry, and this old man was the weapon progenitor. A progenitor. Beside the weapon progenitor was an undying cavalry in a cape. It was the third commander of the army of undying cavalry who was just inferior in status to Dugu Juetian, the exalted lord of the army. The weapon progenitor glanced at the third commander and said, "Just 100 are probably not enough." The third commander glanced at him. "Are you lacking in confidence toward yourself or us?" The weapon progenitor shook his head slightly. "Yang Yi is not ordinary." "Not ordinary?" The third commander suddenly chuckled. "Do you know how many universes my undying race has conquered? During this period, do you know how many extraordinary geniuses we've encountered? Or how many extraordinary experts we've encountered?" He looked down at the continent below and continued, "My undying race has seen too many monstrous geniuses. Not to mention geniuses like him. We've even seen greater ones. But do you know what happened to them in the end? They died. All of them died. They didn't even have the right to enter the tomb of gods." The weapon progenitor glanced at the third commander and remained silent. Confidence. Had noticed something while being with the undying race. They were extremely confident. Of course, they had the strength to back it up, but he was still quite worried. Yang Yi was not someone who was that easy to deal with. Meanwhile, a ray of blood-red light shot up from below, and then Yang Yi appeared nearby. Elder Yuan was by his side. Elder Yuan glanced at the undying cavalry, and then he gazed at the weapon progenitor, grinned, and didn't say a word. The third commander sized up Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, do you think your side has a chance?" Yang Yi replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Third commander grinned, "I'll be frank with you. If you're willing to lead the others at the major Zen realm or above to surrender to us, then we will spare your lives. As for you, the exalted lord has promised to personally recommend you to Lord Xiaolu if you're willing to serve our undying race, so that Lord Xiaolu will foster you himself." Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the weapon progenitor suddenly said, "This is an opportunity." Yang Yi gazed at the weapon progenitor, and the latter added, "You can't stop the undying race. Even if all the races and the four paths were at their prime, we still wouldn't be able to stop them, let alone now. So, surrender." "Surrender?" Yang Yi smiled. "Just like all of you progenitors? And become their dogs?" The weapon progenitor's expression instantly turned unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Actually, I never expected a dignified progenitor to actually be willing to be someone's dog. Weapon progenitor, am quite curious, is it nice to be a dog?" The weapon progenitor replied indifferently, "Yang Yi, I hope you'll still be able to speak those words in a while." Yang Yi smiled and gazed at the third commander. "Come, let me see how strong the undying race is." "You." A wisp of ridicule curled up on the third commander's mouth. "Are you even qualified?" Bang! Suddenly, over a dozen auras surged up from below, and the Sky Maiden and the others appeared by Yang Ye's side. Sky Maiden and the others hadn't left Void Spirit Continent. After the battle that day, they had started training like they'd gone mad, and with the special cultivation grounds on Void Spirit Continent, their cultivations had risen by leaps and bounds. While they hadn't attained the progenitor realm, they weren't the same as they had been during the previous battle. Third commander glanced at them and smiled. "Not bad. You're much stronger than ordinary sages. But it won't change a thing." Hiss. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed. Bang. Third commander was blasted 3 kilometers away. A halberd floated where she'd been a moment ago. Elysium. Everyone gazed at Yang Ye's right. A woman in a white dress had appeared there. And Nanjing. And Nanjing looked straight at third commander. "Is the undying race very strong?" Third commander had a ferocious smile on her face. "You'll find out soon." Suddenly, a Nanjing vanished on the spot, and she was in front of him when she appeared again. She took Elysium in one hand and slammed it down. Third commander's reaction was extremely fast too, and she immediately stabbed her spear forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then third commander was pushed back repeatedly, and Nanjing didn't follow up with another attack, and she just put Elysium down gently. Bang! The space in a huge area trembled violently. Meanwhile, Nanjing gazed at him. I think you're very weak. Is that so? Third commander wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and smiled fiercely. Needless to say, I underestimated you a little. She stomped her foot down once she finished speaking, and she transformed into a ray of dark light that charged at Nanjing. At this moment, she was like a shooting star, and her powerful aura caused space to tremble around him. Suddenly, Nanjing hurled Elysium forward. Hiss! It tore through space. Bang! Third commander was blasted away once more, and she flew extremely far away. At this moment, everyone here was shocked, including Yang Yi. Nanjing's strength was much stronger than it had been. As if she knew how shocked Yang Yi was, she glanced at him and said, I gained a lot from that battle. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding when he heard this. While Nanjing had almost died during that battle, she hadn't. Since she hadn't, she'd gained a lot from the battle. Hopeless situations are the best to help someone go beyond their limits. Obviously, Nanjing had succeeded and grown even stronger. Actually, Nanjing wasn't the only one. Yang Yi, Sky Maiden, and all the others had gained tremendously from the battle. Third commander was extremely furious right now. As far as she was concerned, it was a huge humiliation to suffer such a loss against someone in the same realm of cultivation. Meanwhile, third commander whistled, and then a demon beast appeared below her. A nefarious. Third commander sat on the nefarious, and then she transformed into a ray of dark light that appeared in front of Nanjing. At the same time, a spear stabbed at Nanjing's forehead. Right when it was just half an inch away from her forehead, it stopped abruptly. It was because Nanjing had grabbed the tip of the spear. Third commander's pupils constricted slightly from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Nanjing pulled while slamming her knee against the third commander's stomach. Bang! Third commander was blasted away while her figure curled into an inverted C. But that wasn't the end of it. At the same time, Nanjing hurled the third commander's spear which she was holding in her grasp. Hiss! The spear tore through space and instantly stabbed third commander. The powerful force it carried blasted third commander far away again. Everyone here gazed at Nanjing. Nanjing ignored them as she raised her right hand behind her head, and then she coiled her ponytail around her neck. After that, she gazed at the army of undying cavalry and pointed Elysium at them. All of you come at me. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22:18 Who Did That? Chapter 22:18 Who Did That? Shed challenged all of them. Could Nanjing really fight 100 undying cavalry? Of course she couldn't. But she dared to. She dared. It made her aura unprecedentedly powerful. What was most important in a battle between two armies? It was morale and their aura. Everyone's gazes converged on her. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, she would be the most dazzling existence in the large universe, and even Yang Yi couldn't really put her beneath his shade. The martial god of the large universe. While she hadn't grown fully to maturity as the martial god, she was entirely deserving of the title. The undying cavalries had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. They could naturally not stay unaffected by such provocation. Bang! 100 auras shot up into the air, and they slammed down at Nanjing. Once the aura appeared, the cultivators throughout Void's spirit continent revealed terror in their eyes. It felt like the end of the world was here. In the sky, Yang Yi was about to attack, but Elder Yuan suddenly stepped forward. Let's test our new formation. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan, and the latter grinned before pressing his palms down. In an instant, the sky above the continent started trembling, and then a huge go board appeared there. The Heaven End go board. An instant later, the surroundings transformed. Outer space. At this moment, the surroundings had been transformed into that of outer space, and endless stars and space surrounded them. It was the boundless universe. Everyone gazed at Elder Yuan, and he tapped his finger forward. The universe shook slightly, and then countless stars lit up far away in the distance. After that, starlight that emanated tremendous pressure surged down at the undying cavalries. Third Commander's expression changed drastically from the sight of this. As for the other undying cavalries, they had solemn expressions in their eyes. Danger. At this moment, all the experts from the undying race sensed danger. Suddenly, Third Commander's voice resounded. Attack! As soon as he gave the order, all the undying cavalries hurled their spears at Elder Yuan. 100 spears shot forward in unison. Hiss! 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 Space was torn apart and obliterated in their wake, and they converged together into one in the end. So, space started to tremble violently and seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Yang Yi was about to do something about it when Elder Yuan suddenly shook his head. Let me see how strong the Heaven End Go board from the initial civilization is. As soon as he said that, he formed a strange seal, and then the boards appeared in front of him. At the same time, rays of starlight accompanied by a strand of a fierce aura of slaughter swept out. Bang! The Heaven End Go board forced their spears to a stop. At the same time, the powerful force it emanated blasted all of the undying cavalries back. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. Lend me your slaughter intent and snowy. Slaughter intent. The essence of the board was end. The end could be described as death. That was why Head stayed in the weapon dimension and gathered the aura of slaughter there. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to summon Snowy, and she waved her claw lightly once Yang Yi told her what he needed. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged into the board, and then the pressure it emanated grew even more terrifying. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward, and his blood-red sword descended upon the Go board. The blood-red sword contained Yang Yi's progenitor realm slaughter intent. As soon as it entered the board, the aura of slaughter the board emanated instantly rose explosively. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan took a step forward and tapped his finger forward. Kill. In an instant, countless rays of blood-red starlight rained down like a storm. Third Commander's expression finally changed from the sight of this. At this moment, the formation's strength had multiplied, and even if she could resist it, she would suffer heavy injuries. As for the others, they may not be able to resist it. Meanwhile, the starlight had arrived before them. Kill! The undying cavalry shouted in unison. In an instant, they charged at the board. Destroy the formation. They had to destroy the formation now. However, many undying cavalries weren't even able to get close before the red starlight tore them to pieces. Truly tore them to pieces. Yang Yi frowned slightly from the sight of this, and then he hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. A strand of red starlight descended onto his palm. Hiss! It instantly pierced his palm. It's really powerful. Yang Yi looked up into the distance, and countless rays of red starlight were ceaselessly tearing apart those undying cavalries. The starlight could piece his body with ease, so it represented that if the undying cavalries were struck by it, they would either die or be injured. The undying cavalry wasn't strong because of the bodies they possessed, and they absolutely couldn't compare to Yang Yi's physical body. Since Yang Yi couldn't resist it, how could they? Death. Some undying cavalries had started to die. Tianxiu had told him that absolute strength was required to kill them, the strength to wipe out their vitality in an instant. Obviously, the Heaven End Go board could accomplish that. Suddenly, far away in the endless black holes, a hand emerged from the door of light, and then it swept forward in void spirit continent's direction. Bang! The red starlight above the continent was instantly obliterated. Elder Yuan frowned from the sight of this. He looked up in the direction of the door of light, and then he flipped his right palm. A ray of red starlight shot through space and arrived before the door of light. Meanwhile, the hand tapped forward lightly. Bang! The red ray of starlight was instantly obliterated. At the same time, the hand stretched forward, and then a hand appeared above the continent. It descended upon the continent. Yang Yi's face instantly turned solemn. If it struck the continent, the continent would be obliterated in an instant. Suddenly, Elder Yuan said, "Together, together." Elder Yuan's voice was solemn. As soon as he said that, he formed a strange seal. An instant later, the Go board transformed into a ray of starlight that shot toward the palm. Meanwhile, Nanjing hurled Elysium at it. Sky Maiden and the others attacked as well. Yang Yi didn't hold back as well. He filled his palm, and the primordial pagoda appeared there. He shot up into the air with the primordial pagoda in his grasp and slammed it against the palm. Bang, 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 bang. In the sky above the continent, explosions resounded incessantly. However, the huge palm was still there. Countless people started to feel terrified in the city below. Flee. Some people of the human race and sky race started to flee from the city. Many were fleeing. Not long ago, they had treated Void Spirit City as their final hope. Yet now, they had chosen to leave this place of hope. However, many stayed. While the hand above the continent hadn't shattered, it had slowed down. However, both Yang Yi and the others knew very well that this couldn't be allowed to continue. Suddenly, Yang Yi placed his right hand on his forehead, and a ray of red light flashed. An instant later, Scarlet appeared in front of him. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Get inside." She blinked while joy appeared in her eyes, and then she transformed into a ray of red light and shot into his forehead. Bang! In an instant, monstrous slaughter intent swept out from him, and it surged up into the air and slammed against the palm. Boom! The slaughter intent instantly cracked apart the hand, and then Yang Yi's completely blood-red figure stabbed against the hand. Hiss! His blood-red sword stabbed straight through it, and a terrifying wave of energy rained down from the hand. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted down, but the hand cracked apart. After that, it exploded into a rain of energy fragments. Elder Yuan and the others heaved sighs of relief. Suddenly, another hand stretched out from the door of light, but as soon as it did, a ray of dark light slammed against it. Bang! The hand exploded apart. A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from behind the door. Who did that? Chapter 22:19 Chapter 22:19 Who did that? The voice rumbled like a thunderclap through the endless black holes. However, it received no reply. A moment of silence ensued. Another then a hand emerged from within once more. It traveled through space toward Void Spirit Continent. However, the hand was struck by a ray of dark light before it could arrive at Void Spirit Continent. Bang! In a spatial rift, the hand exploded apart, and that entire expanse of space exploded with it. At the door of light in the endless black holes, it was deathly silent there. A moment of silence ensued before a voice came from within. Interesting. As soon as it finished resounding, the surroundings fell silent once more. In the sky above Void Spirit Continent, the Undying Cavalry turned around and left. Once they retreated, peace returned to the continent. But Yang Yi wasn't at peace at all. Yang Yi's entire body was blood red while endless slaughter intent surged out from him, dyeing the entire sky red. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. His eyes were closed tight, and the blood-red sword in his grasp was trembling madly. Yang Yi was on the verge of losing control of the slaughter intent. His slaughter intent was at the peak of the progenitor realm, but he was barely able to control it. Now that Scarlet had enhanced it further, it was unprecedentedly powerful, and it had risen past his limits. So, he was undoubtedly in a very dangerous state. Elder Yuan and the others had realized this too. So slight solemnness appeared on their faces, and so did slight vigilance. If Yang Yi suddenly attacked, it would be a calamity for them all, because a casual swing of his sword could kill a sage now. Suddenly, Snowy floated over to Yang Yi. Elder Yuan intended to stop her, but Nanjing stopped him. She gazed at Snowy and Yang Yi, and she said, "He won't harm her." Elder Yuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Suddenly, Yang Yi swung his sword. It descended until it reached just half an inch away from Snowy. The powerful slaughter intent it carried turned Snowy blood red. But Snowy showed no fear and just gazed at Yang Yi. A short while passed before Yang Yi suddenly placed his left palm on her head and rubbed it gently. Aren't you afraid? Snowy shook her head. Yang Yi cracked a smile, but his smile was quite terrifying right now. Yang Yi placed his left hand on his forehead and spoke softly. You can come out now. Bang! A ball of red light flashed out of his forehead. It was Scarlet. Once she left him, the slaughter and tint around Yang Yi instantly decreased tremendously. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and a long time passed before his slaughter and tint dispersed completely. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to his shoulder, wrapped her paws around his neck, and kept rubbing her face against his. Yang Yi grinned and gazed at Scarlet. Thank you. If it hadn't been for Scarlet's help, it would have been quite difficult for him to deal with the hand from before. Scarlet grinned and flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder. Meanwhile, Snowy glared at her, and she was quite afraid of Snowy, so she immediately leaped off Yang Yi's shoulder while seeming slightly aggrieved. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised her up on his shoulder and smiled. Snowy, she helped me tremendously just now. Snowy puckered her lips and waved her paw. Countless strands of spirit energy surged towards Scarlet, and the latter was overjoyed by this and absorbed all of it. Yang Yi sent both of them into the primordial pagoda before he gazed at Elder Yuan and the others. Let's return to Void's Spirit Hall. Elder Yuan nodded. It didn't take long for them to arrive within the hall. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. That should have been the expert who stands behind the undying race. However, that person gave up abruptly for some reason. I feel like someone was helping us. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan said, I sensed another force, and it's very likely that it stopped the expert from the undying race. Another force. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Who do you think it is? Elder Yuan shook his head slightly. I don't know. According to my knowledge, only one person possesses such strength, but he probably wouldn't help. Besides him, Elder Yuan frowned slightly. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan. Who are you talking about? Elder Yuan gazed at Yang Yi, a sword cultivator who doesn't use the sword. According to my knowledge, he's from the same place as you. The Unfettered One. Yang Yi knew who Elder Yuan was speaking about, and it was the mysterious Unfettered One. The Unfettered One had helped them? Yang Yi felt that it wasn't very likely. The Unfettered One had no reason to do so. Even if he wanted to spar with that expert from the Undying race, he wouldn't have done so at a time like this. Based on the Unfettered One's character, he would have gone to the Undying race's home universe to do that. If it wasn't the Unfettered One, then who? But besides the Unfettered One, who else had such strength? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and gazed at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, how did your Heaven End Go board become so strong? Elder Yuan smiled. It's a product of the initial civilization, and its strength surpassed even expectations. The initial civilization? Since the start of the large universe, there had been 4 civilizations. The initial civilization, the Undying race, the Void Spirit race, and the current one. Actually, strictly speaking, there were only 3 because the Undying race were outsiders who'd invaded this universe. The initial civilization was the most mysterious amongst them. Yang Yi didn't know how strong they'd been, but he was sure that they were strong. The Undying race is too strong. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan said, we have no chance to win with our current strength. According to my inference, they're definitely planning something. Otherwise, they would have sent their entire army by now. Moreover, they actually allowed people to surrender to them. Just that alone shows that they are planning something. Of course, no matter what they're planning, the gap in our strength is undeniable. The gap in their strength. The hall fell silent. Even Yang Yi had to admit that the Undying race was too strong, and they had no chance against it. However, would he do as the Weapon Progenitors group had done, and abandon the others and surrender to the Undying race? Surrender? Yang Yi stood up and said, everyone, are you willing to surrender? They hadn't even replied when he added, in any case, I won't. I would rather die fighting than live on my knees. Elder Yuan smiled. No one is willing to do that. However, we should be thinking about how to stay alive on our feet. Yang Yi replied, do you have any ideas? Elder Yuan shook his head. I don't have any special ideas, but I do have a worst-case scenario in mind, and that's to fight them to the death and take them down with us. The Heaven End Go board is a precious treasure that can be detonated when necessary. If we detonate it, it wouldn't be a problem to take around 100 undying cavalries with it. Of course, your primordial pagoda can do the same, and I'll definitely be able to take numerous undying cavalries with it. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of golden light flashed out from Yang Yi, and it slammed against Elder Yuan. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Elder Yuan was blasted out of the hall. It was none other than the primordial pagoda which had done that. After it blasted him away, the primordial pagoda wanted to attack again, but it was stopped by Yang Yi. At this moment, it was extremely furious. After all, Elder Yuan had suggested detonating it. Yang Yi spoke softly. Elder Yuan was just joking. The primordial pagoda trembled. It was still angry. Yang Yi shook his head and felt quite speechless. Doesn't Elder Yuan know that it has exceptional intelligence? Aren't you looking for trouble by talking about detonating it while it's present? Elder Yuan walked over, glanced at the primordial pagoda, and laughed bitterly. I misspoke. Forgive me. The primordial pagoda trembled and entered Yang Yi's body. Suddenly, clamorous noise came from outside the city. They looked out, and then Yang Lianshuang walked in. She said, "Many left the city earlier. Now, they've returned upon seeing that the city survived." Everyone here frowned. "Let's go have a look." Yang Yi led them outside once he finished speaking. Outside the city. At this moment, countless people were causing clamorous noise outside the city. However, they fell silent upon catching sight of Yang Yi's grate. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and his face was extremely gloomy. There were over 100,000 people outside the city, and they were of the human race and sky race. Yang Lianshuang asked softly, "What do we do with them?" "We want to enter the city." Meanwhile, someone howled from below, "Enter the city." Countless others started to shout once they heard the first voice. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and a middle-aged man was instantly grabbed from within the crowd. He was clearly afraid when he saw Yang Yi and didn't dare look Yang Yi in the eyes at all. Yang Yi walked over to the middle-aged man and asked, "You want to enter the city? Why should I let you?" He was at a loss for words. Yang Yi glanced at the others. "Didn't all of you want to leave just now? I let you leave. Now, you want to return? What do you think this place is? It was dangerous earlier, so we couldn't just stay and wait for death to arrive, right?" The middle-aged man in front of Yang Yi spoke softly. "It was dangerous?" Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. "Then what about us? Why did we fight the undying race just now?" Yang Yi gazed at the others down below and continued. At the same time, his voice suddenly became ferocious. "Do you know that if we don't fight, we won't die, but all of you will? What? You think the protection we've given you is something we should do? If that's the case, then let me tell you that you're wrong. From this moment onward, everyone outside the city, no matter if you're from the human race or sky race, they'll kill all of you if you're still here in 15 minutes from now. Since you wanted to leave, then don't ever come back." "You!" The middle-aged man in front of Yang Yi pointed at Yang Yi. "You're too cruel. The army of the undying race is out there. Driving us away is killing us. Yang Yi, why you can't do this? You can't be so selfish. You." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Yang Lianshuang. "Lianshuang, tell me something. Would anyone have buried us if we died in battle just now?" She fell silent. Chapter 22:20. Your will is mine. Sad. This time, Yang Yi suddenly felt that he was quite sad, or it could be described as feeling quite disappointed. Head naturally allowed them into Void Spirit City out of good intentions, and Head never thought of asking them to fight the undying race. However, they treated all of it like it was a matter of course. A matter of course. They felt that Yang Yi should protect them, but if Yang Yi refused to, he was cruel and selfish. However, they had never thought about him, Yang Lianshuang, and the others. It could be said that if they died in battle, there probably wouldn't even be anyone to bury them. Yang Lianshuang fell silent too. She was quite disappointed now. There were always people who felt that everything others do for them was a matter of course, but when others stopped doing it for them, They felt that it was selfish and disloyal. Everyone was selfish. Yang Yi shook his head, turned around, and left. The middle-aged man wanted to say more when he witnessed this, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "Shut up. Remember that I don't owe you anything, and I have no obligation to fight for you or die for you. If people still remain outside the city in 10 minutes, then I'll kill every one of you. Try me if you think that I won't do it." Yang Yi, meanwhile, the middle-aged man was anxious. "Why you can't do this? You, hiss." His head suddenly flew up into the air, and blood sprayed like a fountain. Everyone here was stunned. At this moment, everyone was filled with fear. Yang Yi. At this moment, they recalled who stood before them. It was Yang Yi, the Yang Yi who killed without batting an eyelid. They noticed something at this moment. Before this, while they were still in the city, Yang Yi wasn't that terrifying, or it should be said that Yang Yi was very amiable at the time. So, their fear of Yang Yi had diminished. However, they suddenly realized now that the Yang Yi of the past was back. Yang Yi, the one ever more terrifying than the undying race, was back. Yang Yi ignored them and entered the city with Yang Lianshuang. Time passed swiftly, but many still hadn't left. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from the city, and then a blood-red sword shot up into the air. Everyone's expressions changed drastically from the sight of this and started fleeing toward the surroundings. It didn't take long for the area outside the city to be completely empty. Meanwhile, in Void Spirit Hall, Elder Yuan suddenly said, "They're all pitiable people." Yang Yi shook his head. "I can help them, but if they treat my help as something I should do for them, then I'm sorry, but I can't accept that, and I'll have to slap some sense into them." Elder Yuan nodded. "What should we do now?" Yang Yi was about to speak when he looked up, and then he vanished with everyone else and arrived in the sky above the continent. There was a woman with 3 spears on her back standing there. Dugu Juetyin. She glanced at the continent and gazed at Yang Yi. "I didn't expect 100 undying cavalry, and a commander wouldn't be able to conquer this place and even suffered losses. Yang Yi, you really surprised me." Yang Yi replied, "I'm quite curious. Why did your undying race recruit those progenitors?" She replied, "Wouldn't you find out once you surrender?" "Surrender?" Yang Yi shook his head. "The people of my Yang clan don't have any cells that surrender." She walked closer to Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, the universe is huge, and you'll only be able to go further with my undying race. Resistance? ITLL only lead to death. You're outstanding, and that's why I've said so much. Don't destroy your future and the future of everyone by your side." Yang Yi grinned. "I think that life should be lived happily and freely. Surrender to the undying race? Get ordered around and live while having to please someone else? I disdain a life like that. Is that so?" Dugu Juetyin grinned and waved her right hand. In an instant, a few hundred undying cavalry appeared behind her. Their army was here. Dugu Juetyin looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "We've wasted too much time. Yang Yi, there are 570 undying cavalry behind me, and they are the elites of our elites. Perhaps they are inferior to you in single combat, but they are an army, not a group of brave warriors, so they won't fight you in single combat. We'll give you one last chance. Surrender now. If you refuse, I guarantee that the entire continent will be annihilated within 15 minutes. Surrender now." The surroundings fell silent. Meanwhile, Dugu Juetyin added, "Yang Yi, you're not the void spirit race, and you don't have the ability to stop my undying race. As for why we're treating you like this, it's because you're outstanding and have obtained the Sprite of Slaughter's acknowledgement. So, we want you to join us and rise to greatness with us." Surrender? Yang Yi gazed at the surroundings, and Nanjing and the others were there. He smiled. "Are you willing to surrender?" "Surrender." And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Nether Maiden and the others didn't say anything, but it was obvious that they would take Yang Yi's side. As for Elder Yuan, he smiled and said, "I'm really unable to surrender. It's too humiliating." Yang Yi gazed at Dugu Juetyin. "See?" She nodded in response. "Since that's the case, you can all die." She waved her right hand, and the army behind her charged at the continent. Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared before Yang Yi. and then she formed a strange seal before her chest. An instant later, a voice resounded, "The sky, the earth, and all things here. Heed my command. Converge." Boom. As soon as those words were spoken, the space throughout the entire large universe trembled violently, and then everyone watched with astonishment as countless strands of energy surged over like torrents. At this moment, the entire large universe was filled with shock. Suddenly, the black-robed figure gazed at Yang Yi. "Tell her to help me." Snowy. Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when Snowy had appeared. She glanced at the black-robed figure and opened her mouth. Bang! A strand of extremely terrifying spirit energy appeared here. More and more energy converged here. At this moment, all the living beings throughout the large universe were offering up their weak energy. While it may be weak individually, how terrifying was it when they converged together? Just the aura of it blasted the undying cavalry over 30 kilometers away, and it was so powerful their nefarious were starting to bend before it. At the same time, the space here shrunk in layers. In just a short while, it had formed a cage that trapped the army of undying cavalry. Meanwhile, the energy of countless living beings remained above. However, the undying cavalry were formidable and actually broke open the cage. However, the black-robed figure suddenly gazed at Snowy. Snowy blinked. She was asking what the black-robed figure wanted her to do. The black-robed figure's head shook. At this moment, the black-robed figure was cursing inwardly. After all, Snowy was the Sprite Lord, a Sprite Lord whose status wasn't any inferior to hers. Yet now, Snowy was just a pet who knew nothing. She shook her head again and said, "Spirit energy, condense it and trap them." Snowy finally knew what to do. She waved her claws slightly. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged above the cage, and then the broken cage was instantly fortified. Meanwhile, countless strands of energy and spirit energy were still converging incessantly from throughout the large universe. The undying cavalries were being completely suppressed, the energy of all things. At this moment, Yang Yi gained a slight understanding of the energy which Tian Xiu had told him about. It was the true energy of all things. His slaughter intent had attained the progenitor realm with help of the energy from all things, but it was much weaker when compared to what was before him right now. Yang Yi glanced at the black-clothes figure. Head recognized her identity. It was the universe sprite, the sprite of the large universe, the universe sprite. As for why she was helping him, he didn't really get it. However, her strength far surpassed his imagination. Meanwhile, the undying cavalries were being completely suppressed. No matter how they resisted, the spatial cage remained completely solid. At the same time, the powerful energy it contained was ceaselessly corroding them. However, a hand suddenly stretched out from the door of light in the endless black holes, and it slapped against the cage. Bang! The cage instantly cracked open. Everyone's expressions changed drastically at the sight of it. Meanwhile, the hand slapped against the cage once more. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the cage exploded apart. The universe sprite was blasted away, and the energy of all things dispersed. Dugu Juetian took a deep breath and spoke ferociously, "Kill! I want this continent to be annihilated." The other undying cavalry immediately charged at Yang Yi's group. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He flipped his palm slightly, and a sword appeared in his grasp. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from far away, and then a ray of golden light shot down from afar. An instant later, a golden ray of light descended before Yang Yi, and it dispersed to reveal a woman in a violet dress. The Sword Supreme. She looked him in the eyes. "Your will is mine." As soon as she said that, she transformed into a sword that floated before Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he grabbed it. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword intent swept out from Yang Yi, and it suppressed the slaughter intent around him. Yang Yi started walking slowly toward the undying cavalries with the Sword Supreme in his grasp. "Swords, come to me." At this moment, countless sword howls resounded from every corner of the large universe, and then countless swords shot up and converged toward Void Spirit Continent. It was an absolutely magnificent scene to behold. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22-21. Perfect. The Sword Supreme had submitted. It had truly submitted at this moment. It was a righteous sword, and it had its own intelligence. So, she was very well aware what the fate of the entire large universe would be if Yang Yi couldn't stop the Undying Race's army now. If Yang Yi's group lost, the living beings throughout Void Spirit Continent would be annihilated, and then the entire large universe would be next. In the end, Shed chosen to submit to him. At the instant he took it in his grasp, his sword intent rose rapidly. At this moment, it had suppressed his slaughter intent, but it didn't take long for his slaughter intent to rise madly with the help of Scarlet. However, it wasn't able to suppress his sword intent this time, because he had the Sword Supreme, the number one sword of the large universe, the Supreme Sword. At this moment, his slaughter intent and sword intent couldn't suppress each other. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, they would definitely start fighting each other because they refused to acknowledge the other as superior. Meanwhile, countless swords had shot over from all the large universe because Yang Yi had summoned them. In just a short while, a dense cloud of swords appeared above the continent. All of them weren't ordinary swords, and they were swords with intelligence of their own. Everyone here had quite a solemn expression on their faces when they witnessed this scene, especially the Undying Cavalry. Yang Yi's strength had increased quite a bit after he obtained that sword. Suddenly, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot at the Undying Cavalry. At the same time, the countless swords transformed into an array of light that followed close behind him. It was an absolutely shocking and magnificent scene. Dugu Juishin's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she stabbed her spear forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword arrived before her. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then countless watched as Dugu Juetian was blasted over 30 kilometers away. At the same time, Yang Yi charged into the army of Undying Cavalry, and one of them charged at Yang Yi. Hiss! However, along with a sharp howl of the wind, that Undying Cavalry's head flew up into the air, but her body was still charging forward and only stopped after charging over 1 kilometer away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was holding the head of an Undying Cavalry in his grasp, and blood was still dripping from it. That head's eyes were still wide open and filled with disbelief. Yang Yi gazed at the army ahead, and his eyes were red and white. The red side naturally represented slaughter intent, and the other eye represented sword intent. Yang Yi glanced at the head in his grasp and gazed at the others. How weak! The head exploded apart, while Yang Yi's figure flashed like a ray of light. The Undying Cavalry's expression changed drastically. Yang Yi's strength had truly surpassed their expectations. Suddenly, Dugu Juetian ordered, "Kill." As soon as she gave the order, the entire Undying Cavalry charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then an invisible force appeared here. The sword domain. Countless swords trembled violently within the sword domain, and then rays of light shot out of them all. Sword energy covered the area. The powerful sword energy pushed all the Undying Cavalry back repeatedly. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through them. Hiss! Hiss! The heads of 2 Undying Cavalry flew into the air. They didn't even have the ability to fight back. Break! A few hundred howls of fury resounded. Bang! The space above Void Spirit Continent shook violently while a wisp of blood seeped out of the corner of Yang Yi's mouth, and his figure was pushed over 10 kilometers away. However, it only took an instant for him to charge at them once more. Hiss! The heads of 2 Undying Cavalry flew up into the air, and they hadn't even been able to react to it. Dugu Juetian's expression changed drastically from the sight of this. She was about to attack when a hand stretched out from the door of light in the endless black holes, and it instantly appeared in the sky above Void Spirit Continent and slammed down at Yang Yi. It was like the sky was collapsing as it descended. Yang Yi looked up, and the sword supreme trembled slightly in his grasp. A moment later, a ray of light shot up into the air. Bang! The huge hand shook violently and cracked open, but the strength it contained suddenly grew. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted downward. Suddenly, the universe sprite formed a seal with both hands, and then countless strands of energy from all the beings throughout the universe converged. Destroy! A voice resounded from within the door of light, and then the hand above the continent slammed down. Rumble! Space collapsed and was obliterated as it descended. The universe sprite's eyes flashed with viciousness, and then she raised both her hands with the intent of attack. However, a ray of dark light suddenly slammed against the hand. Boom! The hand exploded apart. A voice came from within the door of light, and then a terrifying wave of pressure swept out. It swept through the black holes and slammed down in void spirit continent's direction. However, another ray of dark light slammed against it. An instant later, the pressure vanished without a trace, like it was never there. A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from within the door of light. I never expected an expert like you to exist in the large universe. I'm truly surprised. We'll meet again. As soon as the voice finished resounding, the endless black holes returned to calm once more. As for the undying cavalry above void spirit continent, they had retreated. However, when they left, Dugujuetian glanced at the surroundings and said, "That person can't save all of you. It won't take long for us to return. At that time, no one will be able to stop us." She vanished into the distance once she finished speaking. Yang Yi suddenly looked up at the sky, and he saw an ethereal figure far above the clouds. A moment later, he appeared where the figure had been, but there was nothing there. It was empty. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the universe sprite appeared by Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. "That person's gone." Yang Yi asked, "You noticed too?" The universe sprite nodded. "It should be the mysterious person who helped us just now." Yang Yi asked, "Do you know who it is?" The universe sprite shook her head. "That person left too quickly. I wasn't even able to see him or her clearly. I presume that person doesn't want us to know their identity." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "You're the spirit of the universe, so you know who in this universe possesses such strength?" She glanced at him. "I don't." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She spoke indifferently. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed her. Based on the current developments, the universe sprite should have no ill intent. It didn't take long for him to arrive in an expanse of space with her. She gazed at him and said, "The end times hasn't arrived." Yang Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" The universe sprite explained solemnly. The spirit energy in the large universe was forcefully taken away by the undying race and sent back to their home universe. As for the reason for that, I don't know. However, I'm certain that the end times hasn't arrived in the large universe. The end times will come, but it isn't now. The large universe can be said to have had its spirit energy taken by force, causing the end times to arrive in advance. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "You're the spirit of this universe. Can't you stop it?" She shook her head slightly. "They're too strong. I can't stop them." Yang Yi asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" She gazed at him. "Don't you have any thoughts?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I'm no match for them. So what can I do?" The universe sprite fell silent for a long time and said, "The top forces of the large universe are much weaker than the undying race, and the weaker forces are completely useless. If this continues, the spirit energy in this large universe will be completely extracted. At that time, even if the undying race doesn't kill the living beings here for death energy, all the living beings in the large universe will die. So, what do you think about that?" "What I think?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't have any thoughts." The universe sprite gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I plan to take you somewhere so you can grow even stronger, but now it seems like it isn't necessary since you don't have any thoughts about all of this." She turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Yang Yi obstructed her path and laughed with embarrassment. He said, "I have thoughts about it. I do. I have so many thoughts." The universe sprite spoke indifferently. "Really?" Yang Yi spoke seriously. The undying race is invading the large universe and bringing death to the large universe. How can I, Yang Yi, allow such evil deeds to go unpunished? But my strength is too weak, or I would have annihilated them all. The universe sprite looked him in the eyes. Go on, don't stop your performance. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she said, all right, come with me. I'll take you to a place. She turned around and left. Yang Yi hurriedly followed her. In an expansive space, a young girl had her hands behind her back as she walked forward slowly. A short while later, she stopped abruptly. There was a middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe standing a short distance ahead. The middle-aged man gazed at her. I sense danger. I haven't sensed that in many, many years. You make me sense it just a little. She gazed at him for a long time and said, I've traveled millions of universes, but I've never been defeated. The middle-aged man grinned. Perfect. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2222, I'll kill them all. Chapter 2222 will kill them all. Yang Yi followed the universe sprite into the starry sky. All along the way, she remained silent and just continued forward. Yang Yi had asked her many questions, but she refused to answer. Finally, she stopped. Yang Yi walked over to her side and glanced at the surroundings, but only an endless starry sky was within his view. Besides that, there was nothing out of the ordinary here. Yang Yi gazed at the universe sprite and was about to speak when she suddenly waved her hands. In an instant, a strand of mysterious energy appeared in the surroundings, and then the area before him suddenly started to transform. A short while later, the surroundings suddenly changed. It was a vast continent that simply stretched far beyond his vision. There was an extremely striking tree around 10 kilometers before Yang Yi. It was extremely tall and occupied a huge area. It simply blotted out the sky. Even the sky had been covered by it. A scene of desolation laid around it. The universe sprite asked softly, Do you know what this is? Yang Yi shook his head. The universe sprite explained, It's the Bodhi tree, and it's ranked the third amongst all the natural divine treasures of this large universe. The Bodhi tree. Yang Yi was shocked. He naturally knew about the Bodhi tree. According to legend, it could allow one to attain the progenitor realm. Some time ago, the god race had revealed a fake Bodhi tree so that the other races would lose many sages. After that, he hadn't heard any other news about the Bodhi tree's location. Yet now, had seen it before him. Yang Yi said, You want me to use it to attain the progenitor realm? She shook her head slightly. No, while you're at the sage realm right now, it isn't really realistic for you to attain the progenitor realm right now. It isn't a realm that's so easily attained. Yang Yi was puzzled. Then why? She explained, It's very difficult to attain the progenitor realm, but it's possible for you to advance a step further. If you advance a step further at your current level of strength, your strength will definitely multiply, right? Yang Yi spoke solemnly, but it's obviously impossible for me to stop the undying race with just that. The universe sprite gazed at him. This large universe created me, and it created Snowy. While both of us can leave and allow the universe to live or die as fate decides, just like you people cannot forget where you came from, we sprites can't do it either. If we just leave like that, we'll be ungrateful. So, I intend to do my best to protect this world. It's my responsibility. Yang Yi asked, Do you think that you can stop the undying race? The universe sprite walked over to Yang Yi. There's something I really admire about you. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you dare to fight and kill them. Our large universe's strength is inferior to the undying race, but so what? They want our home and spirit energy, so should we just give it to them? It's like if someone wants your wife, and that person is stronger than you, would you just give your wife to him? Of course, many would definitely be capable of that. She looked up at the sky. Dignity. Regardless of whether it's a person or sprite, everyone should live with dignity. Yang Yi shook his head and didn't say anything. He did feel some admiration toward the universe sprite. She was like little sky. While they were sprites, They had their own responsibilities, and they were willing to sacrifice themselves for it. Those who dared to shoulder responsibility were people worth respecting. Meanwhile, the universe sprite said, "Come with me." She walked off toward the Bodhi tree once she finished speaking. Yang Yi followed her. It didn't take long for them to arrive before it, and she spoke softly. "Actually, it's at its end as well." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "Its spirit was heavily injured and fell into deep sleep. Coupled with the current state of the large universe, it will wither and perish if its spirit cannot awaken." "It was heavily injured?" Yang Yi asked. "Who did it?" The universe sprite shook her head. "Let's not talk about that. I want it to go inside that pagoda of yours. The primordial violet energy in there can help it recover, and in return, you can do some comprehension below it when you're free. Of course, it has many other benefits and effects, and you can find out slowly." She paused for a moment at this point and continued. "It existed before the initial civilization. Every single one of its leaves holds a story. Every one of its branches holds a universe. It's a history book with records of the rise and fall of the large universe, and it holds the records on life too. If you comprehend the Tao below it, your cultivation, sword Tao, and slaughter Tao will benefit tremendously." Yang Yi nodded, gazed at the Bodhi tree, and then waved his right hand. A ray of golden light enveloped the Bodhi tree, but it dispersed before it could even get close to the Bodhi tree. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the universe sprite explained, "It's an instinctive reaction. Your slaughter intent is too strong, so it's rejecting you." Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the universe sprite waved her hand, and Snowy appeared here. She spoke softly, "Make it go inside." Snowy blinked and gazed at the Bodhi tree. She thought for a moment, and then she flew over to it, grabbed one of its branches, and started pulling in Yang Yi's direction. The universe sprite was utterly speechless. While the Bodhi tree didn't resist Snowy, it didn't follow her either. Of course, whether the Bodhi tree understood Snowy's intentions was an entirely different story. The universe sprite walked over to Snowy, rubbed her head, and said, "Talk to it." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Can't you talk to it?" The universe sprite shook her head slightly. "It's vigilant against me." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The universe sprite gazed at Yang Yi. "What's the point in asking that?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. It didn't take long for Snowy to start talking to the Bodhi tree. While its spirit had fallen into deep sleep, it still had its instinctive consciousness. A short while later, it shook, and then it transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi with Snowy. It had gone into the primordial pagoda. After it entered the primordial pagoda, it immediately looked for a mountain range and entered it. Meanwhile, Snowy was atop the Bodhi tree, and so was Scarlet. Scarlet was Snowy's lackey now. It couldn't be helped. She had to while she was in the primordial pagoda. She was no match for Snowy, and Snowy had so many friends too. Regardless of whether it was the Sword Supreme, the Sword Precursor, or the primordial pagoda, all of them were very close to Snowy. So, Scarlet had realized the situation she was in, and so she followed Snowy. Suddenly, two swords flashed and descended before the Bodhi tree. The Sword Supreme and Sword Precursor. The Sword Supreme returned to human form and walked slowly to the Bodhi tree. She gazed at it for a long time before she spoke softly, "What is justice? What is righteousness?" The Bodhi tree trembled slightly, and then scenes appeared within the Sword Supreme's mind. Righteousness? A long time passed before she gradually opened her eyes. "There is no absolute righteousness, no absolute righteousness." "Is that your answer?" "Righteousness." Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her, Sword Supreme. "As far as I'm concerned, there is great and minor righteousness and justice. Of course, the meaning of these words depend entirely on yourself. If you think it's correct, then do it. So, there's no need to make it so complicated." The Sword Supreme shook her head slightly. "This world is in chaos." Yang Yi replied, "I know, but have you considered that while the undying race has invaded the large universe, plundered so much spirit energy from here, and caused countless to die here? All of this has allowed them to breathe new life into their race and allowed their people to grow even stronger. So, Tell me, are their actions righteous or cruel? The Sword Supreme fell silent for a long time and said, It's cruel to us, but it's righteous to them. Yang Yi nodded. So, there is no absolute righteousness. She glanced at him. I understand. She transformed into a ray of light and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi gazed at the Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, Snowy brought Scarlet over to him. She cracked a smile, and then she pointed at the Bodhi tree. Yang Yi grinned, gazed at the Bodhi tree, walked over to it, and sat down. Calm. As he sat before it, Yang Yi's heart felt unprecedentedly calm. Extraordinary. At this moment, Yang Yi really felt that it was truly extraordinary. But that was a normal reaction because the Bodhi tree was on par with the primordial pagoda. When she saw Yang Yi sit down, Snowy imitated him and sat on his shoulder. However, her gaze was moving about and wasn't calm at all. A long time passed before Yang Yi asked softly, What is the sword Tao? The Bodhi tree fell silent for an instant, and then a ray of white light entered his forehead. It didn't take long for scenes to appear in Yang Yi's mind. Sword cultivators. Countless sword cultivators had appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Yang Yi didn't recognize them. There were sword cultivators from the time of the initial civilization, the void spirit race, and even the present times. The meaning of the sword Tao. In his mind, all of these sword cultivators were describing the meaning of the sword Tao. What was the sword? What was the sword Tao? A long time passed before Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he stood up slowly. A million people, a million explanations. My sword Tao is very simple. It's killing. Killing is my sword Tao. Those who hurt me or stand in my path, they'll kill them all. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Chapter 22-23 The Primordial Acts of Creation. Chapter 22-23 The Primordial Acts of Creation. The sword Tao? There were too many sword cultivators and too many descriptions. It was chaos. Of course, it wasn't that their theory was incorrect. It was that Yang Yi had his own understanding of it. In the past, he wasn't very firm on it, and he was a little lost. So, Head asked that question to the Bodhi tree. Now, after Head witnessed the sword Tao of Countless, he noticed that all of it wasn't the sword Tao which he wanted. The sword was used to kill. It was the simplest explanation, and it was the only explanation for Yang Yi. So, while Head gained insight into Countless sword Tao, he still stuck firmly to his own understanding of it. Once Yang Yi left, and Nanjing went to the Bodhi tree. She gazed at it for a long time before she sat down slowly, and it didn't take long for her to ask something before gradually closing her eyes. Snowy blinked, gazed at the Bodhi tree, and then started waving her paws. What's the most tastiest thing? That was Snowy's question. The Bodhi tree had no response for her. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, and the universe sprite greeted him. Yang Yi asked, Where are you going now? The universe sprite replied with a question, Why? He thought for a moment and said, If you have nowhere else to go, just stay in Void Spirit Continent. Firstly, we'll be able to take care of each other. Secondly, you can help me teach Snowy. I'm sure you've noticed that she hasn't discovered many of her abilities, and I think that you can help her do that. She was an extraordinary expert, so he naturally had to try and bring her over to his side. If she was willing to stay in Void Spirit Continent, then it would definitely be very good news for him and the continent as a whole. Most importantly, she was the universe sprite, Snowy skin, so Snowy would definitely be able to grow tremendously with her help. Snowy. The universe sprite fell silent. She had planned to directly refuse Yang Yi's suggestion because she didn't like living with others. However, she hesitated when she heard him mention Snowy. The Sprite Lord. Yet now, the Sprite Lord was like a cute pet. It wasn't something she wanted to see. She thought for a long time and nodded, all right. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this. Now that the universe sprite was joining them, it was no different than obtaining an extremely powerful expert on their side. Meanwhile, the universe sprite said, Come, let me take you to another place. Yang Yi was about to ask when she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi shook his head and followed her. This time, while the large universe had gained temporary peace with the retreat of the undying race, it was quite horrifying peace. because besides the God realm and void spirit continent, practically everywhere else had fallen. Countless had died or were in hiding. The entire large universe was filled with fear. Fear toward the undying race. However, some experts of the large universe, those at the major Zen realm or above, had surrendered to the undying race. Or to be more precise, many had chosen to surrender. Even an ant wanted to live, let alone a person. If the undying race didn't refuse experts below the major Zen realm, perhaps 90% of all the living beings in the large universe would have chosen to surrender. Yang Yi followed the universe sprite through space, and it didn't take long for her to stop. Yang Yi frowned immediately because had been here in the past. It was the continent that the initial civilization had resided on, and he remembered that there was a mysterious altar here. The universe sprite suddenly asked, "You've been here?" Yang Yi nodded. The universe sprite spoke softly, "Then you should be aware of what this place is." Yang Yi replied, "The initial civilization." She nodded. "It's the base camp of the initial civilization. Do you know why the undying race wants experts at the major Zen realm or above?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The universe sprite replied indifferently, "The large universe is a natural formation, and it can take the entire large universe to the universe which the initial civilization went to. The undying race's goal is the universe that the initial civilization went to. Or perhaps their goal is the initial civilization. But the undying race's strength alone isn't sufficient to activate it. Thus, they intend to rely on the experts of our large universe, and that's why they are allowing others to surrender." "I see." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Why do they want to go looking for the initial civilization?" The universe sprite gazed at Yang Yi. "To conquer and plunder." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "They're that confident? They think they can defeat the initial civilization?" "They are." The universe sprite spoke softly. "The army they've revealed is probably just the tip of the iceberg, and their ambition doesn't stop at the large universe. This large universe can't satisfy them at all. So, their target is the initial civilization. That's their next objective." She shook her head at this point. The universe gave birth to all things, yet everyone throughout the boundless universe is doing the same thing, plundering. Everyone is plundering. Once they finish plundering this place, they will go to the next. However, are these universes really endless? What goes around, comes around. They will one day suffer for their own selfishness. Yang Yi shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. It was difficult to determine who was right or wrong in this matter, and he didn't want to waste time on it. The universe sprite clearly didn't want to waste time on it either, and she immediately walked off into the distance. Yang Yi followed her. It didn't take long for them to enter the ruins, but Yang Yi stopped at this moment. She asked, "What is it?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I'm sure you're aware of the abandoned altar in the city, right?" She nodded. "I am." "Why?" Yang Yi said, "Don't you think that there's something off about it?" The universe sprite said, "I've taken a look at it, and there is something off about it." "Why? Do you know something?" Yang Yi nodded. "It's dangerous. I've been here, and I encountered danger at that time. I think that some sort of powerful being is in there." She said, "We're not going there. Of course, even if we do, with the strength we possess, only a few in this world can kill us." Yang Yi spoke softly. "It's best to be careful," she said. "What? Since when have you, Yang Yi, become so careful?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Confidence isn't conceit. We can be confident, but we cannot be conceited." "All right, forget that. Let's go." Yang Yi wasn't afraid of anything, but it didn't represent that he would act conceitedly. The universe sprite glanced at him and walked away. She led Yang Yi deep into the city until they reached a damaged pavilion. There was a huge blue circle at its center. She formed a seal with both hands, and then it trembled before a figure appeared there. The figure was quite blurry and impossible to discern. Only a rough outline could be discerned. Yang Yi asked, "Someone from the initial civilization?" She replied, "An initial. They call themselves the initial race." "The initial race." Yang Yi was about to speak when the initial suddenly spoke. "Universe sprite?" She nodded slightly. "Sorry for disturbing you." The initial said, "Why have you come here?" She replied, "Do you know about the undying race?" "The undying race." The initial spoke solemnly. What? They are here in this universe? The universe sprite nodded. The initial fell silent. The universe sprite spoke softly. Their current goal is this large universe, and it's about to fall completely to them. But their goal is far beyond this large universe. According to my knowledge, their next object is your initial race. It's very likely that they'll be activating the formation here and going to where all of you are. The initial asked, "What are you trying to say?" The universe sprite replied, "If the undying race really does get there, then their formidable strength will definitely be a calamity for your race, right?" The initial replied with a question, "Do you think we would fear them?" The universe sprite fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "I don't know if you fear them, but I do know that they don't fear you. Since they don't, it represents that they may know of your strength. But how much do you know about the undying race?" The initial replied with a question, "How much do you know about my initial race?" Yang Yi smiled. "Looks like what we're doing isn't necessary. Since the initial race is that confident, we'll be leaving." Yang Yi turned around and walked away, and the universe sprite followed him. However, the initial suddenly said, "Wait." Yang Yi stopped. "What?" The initial said, "You clearly want us to step forward and deal with the undying race. However, we refuse to interfere in the enmity between this large universe and the undying race. Moreover, the price to teleport over here is too great. So, we can't interfere at all." However, Yang Yi said, The initial continued, "There's a natural demonic treasure beneath this city, and our initial race didn't take it with us all those years ago. You can give it a try. If you can obtain it, it may be of help to you." Yang Yi asked, "Why didn't you take it?" "We couldn't." The initial continued, "All those years ago, the world had just been formed, and it gave birth to 10 divine treasures. 5 great sacred artifacts and 5 great demonic artifacts. My race took 5 of them, and we were unable to take the other 5 with us due to certain special reasons. The demonic treasure below is one of them. I sense 3 of them with you. The primordial pagoda of nature, the Bodhi tree of fortune, the primordial." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "The primordial what?" The initial fell silent for a moment and said, "The primordial acts of creation. It was too strong. So my race used the primordial pagoda of nature, the other 5 divine treasures, and a few supreme experts to suppress it. Unfortunately, it managed to take this pagoda and escape." The primordial acts of creation. Chapter 22-24 Samadhi Flame. Chapter 22-24 Samadhi Flame. The primordial acts of creation? Yang Yi frowned. "I don't have that." The initial said, "It's in your pagoda." In the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was shocked. He still remembered that someone had told him there was a divine treasure within the pagoda. However, had forgotten about it until now. Now it seemed like that divine treasure was probably the primordial acts of creation, an extraordinary weapon that surpassed the primordial pagoda. "You really surprised me." Meanwhile, the initial spoke softly. "You actually possess so many divine treasures. But now it seems like you've clearly not fully utilized them, or you wouldn't be so weak." "So weak?" Yang Yi's face was quite unsightly. "Am weak?" If he were being honest, he didn't think he was weak. Of course, he knew that he really was quite weak to the initial because the initial was extremely strong. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, "Then how do I unseal it?" "Unseal it?" The initial continued, "It's best if you don't. Its strength is sufficient to tear the world open. If you unseal it, then based on your current strength, just the aura it emanates unconsciously is sufficient to kill you. Not to mention you. Even your primordial pagoda can't resist it. Only one thing in this large universe can endure its energy. Besides that, it can destroy all things, including your primordial pagoda." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "It's that strong?" The initial replied, "It is the strongest among the demonic artifacts." Yang Yi asked, "What's the strongest amongst the sacred artifacts?" The initial replied, "You ask too much." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The universe sprite glanced at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at the initial. "Is the demonic artifact beneath this city dangerous?" Of course. The initial continued. While it can't compare to the primordial acts of creation, it's still a natural divine treasure. However, I think that you should give it a try. Don't you think so too? If you can obtain it, your strength will be improved tremendously, and you'll have a better chance against the undying race. Yang Yi asked, "What do you think about the undying race?" The initial fell silent for a short while and said, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi replied, "If we lose, the undying race will definitely come for all of you. I'm quite curious about your thoughts on them. They are very difficult to kill after all." The initial replied, "As you've said, they are difficult to kill. So it means they aren't impossible to kill, right?" Yang Yi grinned and didn't say another word. "Young man." Meanwhile, the initial suddenly said, "The universe is huge, very huge. It's beyond your imagination. The undying race isn't the only race in this endless universe, and neither is my initial race. The supreme experts of our large universe may not be a supreme expert, but just a slightly strong person in another universe. There's always someone stronger. These words are the truth." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Thank you for the reminder." Meanwhile, the initial gazed at the universe sprite. "Universe sprite, you're the spirit of the large universe. This calamity is an absolute calamity for you. But since you've formed your own intelligence, you can survive anywhere. If you go to a universe that is without a sprite of its own, you can rule over it. It truly isn't necessary to perish with this large universe. Allow me to be honest, even if you can stop the undying race, now that so many years have passed and the spirit energy here has been extracted, it's on the verge of death. So, look for somewhere else. That's all I can say. Good luck, and may fate bring us together again." The initial's figure gradually turned ethereal upon finishing, and it didn't take long for the figure to vanish completely. The universe sprite spoke softly, "Let's head down there to have a look." Yang Yi nodded. It didn't take long for them to get underground, and they continued down for a long time before Yang Yi suddenly frowned. Meanwhile, the universe sprite said, "Something's off." Yang Yi nodded, glanced at the surroundings, and said, "Be careful." They continued down. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi stopped. There was a completely different world down here. At this moment, a boundless wasteland was before them. It was red, completely barren, and cracked apart. Both of them had vigilance on their faces. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked as he said, "The initial race doesn't seem to fear the undying race." The universe sprite asked, "Why should they?" Yang Yi replied, "I met another initial in the past, and that initial said they'd fought the undying race in the past." The universe sprite said, "If you want to make them fight and reap the rewards, then you're dreaming. The initial race has left the large universe, so there's no conflict between them and the undying race. Conversely, they are the ones who will reap the benefits now. I think that's why that initial was willing to tell us about the demonic artifact below the city. It's because they want you to fight the undying race to the death. Don't you think so too?" Yang Yi smiled. "You seem to have figured everything out. Let's go." The universe sprite sped up. Yang Yi sped up too. Around an hour later, Yang Yi and the universe sprite stopped. There were 4 pitch-black chains in the air around 1 kilometer away from them. Its top end was fixed in position in midair, and there seemed to be something chained by it while the other end was stuck to the ground. Its ends were impossible to find. Meanwhile, the universe sprite suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and shot backward. "Watch out!" Hiss, 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 hiss. As soon as they moved away, rays of light suddenly appeared there, and they surged incessantly like arcs of lightning. A formation. The universe sprite spoke solemnly. "It's an extremely powerful formation." As she spoke, she gazed at the top of the chains. "The seal is over there." However, there was nothing there. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What's sealed there?" The universe sprite shook her head slightly. "I can't sense it." Meanwhile, Yang Yi flicked a ray of sword energy over there, but it just passed through the area. Nothing appeared there. Yang Yi frowned. "There's nothing there? That's impossible. The formation is still here, so it should be there." Yang Yi took a step forward once he finished speaking. The sword domain. The sword domain enveloped the surroundings, but Yang Yi still didn't sense anything. It was empty. Yang Yi muttered, "Impossible." The universe sprite said, "There's something strange about this." Yang Yi nodded because he felt that it was very unusual too. Suddenly, the formation before them trembled, and then, poof, a thumb-sized flame appeared at the top of the chains. It was tiny and quite translucent, and it just floated there quietly. The surroundings were silent. Suddenly, the primordial pagoda started to send Yang Yi a warning. Danger. A warning from the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was shocked because it had been very, very long since it had last given him a warning. Simply speaking, the flame before them made the primordial pagoda sense danger. Yang Yi asked, "What is that?" The universe sprite gazed at it for a long time and said, "Ask the Bodhi tree." The Bodhi tree. Yang Yi immersed his consciousness into his body, and he noticed that the Bodhi tree seemed quite restless, as if it sensed danger. "What is that flame?" Yang Yi's face grew quite solemn. A short while passed before he got an answer from the Bodhi tree. The Samadhi flame. The flame before them was one of the 5 demonic artifacts, the Samadhi flame. Besides that, Yang Yi obtained another piece of information, and it was that besides the top-ranked sacred artifact, the other 4 weren't used for battle. The primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree, and the other 2 sacred artifacts weren't focused on attack, and they were auxiliary treasures. However, the demonic artifacts were different. All of them focused on attack, and they were extremely strong. So, in a one-on-one battle, besides the top-ranked sacred artifact, the other 4 were no match for the demonic artifacts. As for the Samadhi flame, before the world was split open, there was a flame in the chaos. It grew for 1 billion years, condensed for 1 billion more, and formed a spirit 1 billion years after. It knows the world, is in harmony with all things, and has the same origin as all things, but it is superior to all things. Besides a few things in the world, there is nothing it cannot burn. The Samadhi flame. After he received that description from the Bodhi tree, a solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. According to the Bodhi tree, it was extremely formidable. So, there was a problem. How would he subdue it? Most importantly, a single mistake would end with his death. Moreover, even the primordial pagoda couldn't suppress it once it was unsealed. Simply speaking, it didn't fear the primordial pagoda. If it fought the primordial pagoda may be unable to defeat it. After all, the primordial pagoda wasn't a treasure that focused on attacking. It was a dilemma, a huge dilemma. Suddenly, the flame trembled, and then the temperature here rose rapidly. In an instant, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that his skin was actually starting to burn. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly used the primordial armor. However, as soon as it appeared around him, Yang Yi noticed that it was actually starting to melt. The primordial armor was melting. Chapter 22-25, I'm finally free. Chapter 22-25, I'm finally free. At this moment, Yang Yi was beyond shocked. The primordial armor. It was an armor that could even defend him against attacks from progenitors, but it was actually melting now. Moreover, the Samadhi flame was still sealed. Retreat. Meanwhile, the universe sprite's voice resounded, and then both she and Yang Yi moved extremely far away. But it was still hot here. The universe sprite formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, a thin barrier appeared before them, and then Yang Yi immediately felt quite better. Meanwhile, the Samadhi flame suddenly vanished. Everything returned to normal, and only the formation was still circulating. The universe sprite spoke solemnly. It's extraordinary. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I know. The problem is, how do we subdue it? Subdue it? The universe sprite gazed at him. Do you think that you can? Yang Yi shook his head. I can't. The universe sprite gazed at the Samadhi flame. You can't control a divine treasure like that right now, and the only way to gain its help is by working with it. Working with it? Yang Yi asked, how? The universe sprite didn't answer him. She looked up at the flame. I know you are intelligent, so can we talk? A moment of silence ensued, and then the Samadhi flame appeared before them. The primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. Yang Yi instantly felt something had locked onto him. Yang Yi gazed at the Samadhi flame. Was it the initial race that trapped you here? The Samadhi flame replied with a question. Who else? Yang Yi asked. Why? The flame replied indifferently. There are 10 supreme divine treasures in this world, so who wouldn't want to possess them all? However, why would we be willing to be enslaved? Yang Yi gained a rough understanding at this point. They had their own intelligence, and they clearly refused to let the initial race take ownership of them. So, they fought, and the Samadhi flame clearly lost. The universe sprite suddenly asked, why didn't they take you by force? The Samadhi flame replied, if I detonate myself, I can take this entire large universe with me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The universe sprite fell silent too. Self-detonation? If the Samadhi flame detonated itself, then just as it had said, the entire large universe would be obliterated. Perhaps the initial race could stop that, but they would definitely suffer tremendous losses if that happened. It was a price they didn't want to pay, so they chose to seal it and not destroy it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, we can save you. The Samadhi flame replied, conditions? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, it's very simple. I hope you'll stay with me for 20 years. Help me during these 20 years, and you are free after. All right? Make it submit? Of course Yang Yi wanted that, but he wouldn't do that. He was no fool. 20 years. The Samadhi flame fell silent for a short while, and then it said, the conditions are beneficial to me. But do you know about this formation? Yang Yi shook his head. The Samadhi flame said, both of you are quite strong. But if you want to destroy this formation, you need. Yang Yi suddenly asked, what's the core of this formation? The Samadhi flame asked, what are you trying to say? Yang Yi smiled. The core of this formation is spirit energy. So how will it exist without spirit energy? The Samadhi flame replied, it can protect itself, so it's impossible for you to extract all the spirit energy within it. Yang Yi smiled. I think it's possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned Snowy. The Sprite Lord? The Samadhi flame's voice had quite a bit of surprise in it. Yang Yi nodded and gazed at Snowy. Snowy, can you take away all the spirit energy in that formation? Spirit energy. His thoughts were very simple, and it was to make her take the spirit energy. Once it was gone, the formation would be useless. Snowy glanced at the formation, thought for a moment, and then she flew over to it. To Yang Yi and the universe sprite's surprise, the formation wasn't triggered, and she could just jump about happily there. It doesn't sense danger. Meanwhile, the universe sprite spoke solemnly. The formation doesn't sense danger, so it won't be triggered. Snowy is a sprite lord too, and the formation can't do without spirit energy. But that spirit energy won't feel threatened by the sprite lord, so it isn't being triggered. Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Snowy had arrived at the center of the formation. She looked around, and then she slapped her paw down upon the formation. Bang! The entire formation shook violently, and then countless strands of spirit energy seeped out from the formation. In just a short while, the spirit energy in the formation was completely extracted. Why did spirit energy like Snowy? It was mainly because being absorbed by her would not consume any spirit energy. Other living beings, including humans, would devour spirit energy upon taking it into themselves so that they can strengthen themselves. But Snowy didn't do that. Because of her physique, the spirit energy she absorbed would converge within her and not vanish. Moreover, they would grow purer within her. So, spirit energy didn't reject Snowy at all. In just a short while, Snowy had absorbed all the spirit energy in the formation. At the same time, the glow of the formation gradually waned and vanished. Yang Yi hurriedly told Snowy to return to his side. Once the formation vanished, the temperature here suddenly rose, and the 4 chains in the air gradually turned ethereal. They were being burned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, couldn't you destroy the formation with your strength? Do you know what makes it amazing? The Samadhi flame's voice resounded, it's able to restrain my ability. As soon as those words were spoken, a flame appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi became secretly vigilant. The Samadhi flame explained, the initial race is known for its formations, and their technique is simply godly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to move their entire race away. Even the undying race cannot teleport that far yet. Yang Yi said, "You know about the undying race. Where there's flames, there I am." The Samadhi flame floated over to Yang Yi and said, "Human, aren't you afraid that it'll turn back on my word?" Yang Yi smiled. "You're someone with status at any rate. Existence is like you take dignity and pride very seriously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to be sealed than submit to the initial race. Thus, I think that you disdain to lie." Actually, he was just guessing. He wasn't sure if the Samadhi flame would go back on its word. But no matter what, it was best to flatter it first. A short while passed before it replied, "Human, you're quite interesting. You're right, I disdain to lie. We have an agreement, and I'll keep my word. 20 years are like a nap to me. However, you're too weak right now and cannot endure my strength. Especially your body. If you use my strength now, then both your body and soul won't be able to endure it." Yang Yi asked, "Then what do I do?" The Samadhi flame replied, "How do I know?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Swish. Suddenly, it entered Yang Yi's forehead, and then a thumb-sized flame mark appeared on his forehead. At the same time, the Samadhi flame's voice resounded in his mind, "I'm a little weak, so I need primordial violet energy, but I won't take it for free." As soon as it finished speaking, a faint layer of flames appeared around Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. What is this? Suddenly, the flames merged into the primordial armor, and then Yang Yi felt that the primordial armor was undergoing a tremendous transformation, a qualitative transformation. The Samadhi flame replied, "Now, it can be described as being impenetrable." Impenetrable. Yang Yi touched the primordial armor. After it had been enhanced by the Samadhi flame, it was many times stronger than it had been. Now, even a progenitor would find it almost impossible to penetrate. A smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Head gained a lot on this trip. Meanwhile, the universe sprite said, "Let's go." Yang Yi nodded. Suddenly, the Samadhi flame said, "There's an altar in the city, and there's a demon's pawn in it. I can sense its aura, so don't get close to that altar." "A demon's pawn?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What is that?" The Samadhi flame replied, "Something you're no match for, so don't offend it. Moreover, it's about to emerge into the world, so leave immediately." Yang Yi thought for a moment and smiled. The initial said, "You're a demonic artifact, but after coming into contact with you, I don't think you're a demon. You don't have to look ferocious and act with malice to be considered a demon. I'm naturally called a demon because..." The Samadhi flame stopped abruptly at this point. Yang Yi sensibly chose not to ask. It was meaningless to him. Of course, he left with the universe sprite, and it didn't take long for them to enter the boundless reaches of space. Once they left, a middle-aged man descended onto the continent. He wore a cloud-white robe, had his hands behind his back, and emanated an indescribable aura. The middle-aged man glanced at the direction Yang Yi and the universe sprite had left toward, and then he walked slowly into the city. He was walking in the direction of where Yang Yi and the universe sprite had spoken to the initial, but he suddenly stopped after walking for a while. He turned to the left, and an altar was visible in his field of vision. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, the altar trembled, and it started to shake more and more. A short while later, a terrifying aura surged out from it. It was a monstrous aura. Haha. Meanwhile, roaring laughter resounded from there. "I'm finally free. Haha." An instant later, a huge and terrifying claw stretched out from the altar and claws at the middle-aged man. Chapter 22-26. So weak. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he saw the claw. A moment later, the huge claw was above him. He would be obliterated if it was allowed to descend, but he suddenly tapped his right foot down, and a thumb-sized rock by his foot transformed into a ray of sword energy that shot up into the air. Bang! The hideous claw was suddenly obliterated by the rock. "You!" An astonished voice came from within the altar. The middle-aged man walked slowly toward the altar. Suddenly, a strand of black energy that carried a monstrous aura rippled out from the altar. It moved to envelop the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! The energy was instantly sliced into bits and vanished into thin air. It was like it had never been there. A furious shout came from within the altar. "Who are you?" Along with the voice, a huge demon beast appeared before the middle-aged man. Or to be more precise, it was a demon's pawn. There was a difference between demon's pawn and demon beasts. Demon's pawn could be described as the ancestors of demon beasts. When the chaos existed, only demon's pawn lived, and there were no demon beasts. The demon's pawn was shaped like a person, but it had 3 claws and just one eye at the center of its forehead. Besides that, it was covered in pitch-black scales, causing it to seem extremely strange and hideous. The middle-aged man stopped, sized up the demon's pawn, and said, "According to my knowledge, the demon's pawn from during the times of chaos should be quite strong. So why are you so weak?" "Weak?" The demon's pawn had a ferocious expression on its face. "Damnable human! You think I'm weak?" Hiss! Suddenly, the middle-aged man flicked a ray of sword energy forward. The demon's pawn's expression changed drastically. It raised its claw and slapped it forward. The entire city was obliterated beneath its force, and even the entire surroundings dimmed down like the end of the world was here. However, the ray of sword energy ignored everything and obliterated everything in its path. Bang! The demon's pawn was blasted away, and a claw flew up into the air. Bam! The demon's pawn slammed against the ground, causing a huge crater to appear there. A short while passed before it crawled out of there, and it gazed at the middle-aged man while fear filled its eyes. "Who are you?" Astonishment! At this moment, the demon's pawn was beyond shocked. The strength of the man before him had entirely exceeded its imagination. Not to mention the current era, even during its own era, only a handful possessed such strength. The middle-aged man glanced at it and said, "What demon's pawn was the strongest during your time?" The demon's pawn glanced at him and replied, "Jufu, Zhongming, Aohan, Hengtian." The middle-aged man pondered deeply for a moment and said, "What a pity." He turned around and walked away, but it only took a moment for him to stop. The demon's pawn's expression changed from the sight of this, and it became inwardly vigilant. The middle-aged man said, "If I wanted to kill you, it would take a single strike even at your prime. I have a question. Why did you attack me?" The demon's pawn glanced at him and replied, "Out of habit." The middle-aged man glanced at it and said, "2 people were here earlier, and you wanted to kill them, right?" The demon's pawn hesitated for a moment and nodded. The middle-aged man spoke softly, "There are some ties between me and that man. If you leave now, he wouldn't be able to resist your strength. Since that's the case, I guarantee that I won't harm him." Meanwhile, the demon's pawn hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I won't harm him." It paused for a moment and continued, "I was sealed by the initial race for countless years, and I've only just escaped. I hope you'll allow me to live." Needless to say, it was being really humble. It had no other choice. It was very well aware of the strength that the middle-aged man possessed and how inconceivable it was. The middle-aged man's strength wasn't something it could resist at all. So, refusing to swallow its pride now would be no different than asking for death. The middle-aged man nodded. "All right." He turned around and walked away. The demon's spawn heaved a huge sigh of relief at the sight of this. It glanced at its shoulder, and it was smooth as a mirror. Only one of its 3 claws remained there. The most terrifying part was that it still wasn't able to make its lost claw regrow. At this moment, the demon's pawn felt even greater reverence toward the middle-aged man. A short while passed before it shook its head. It didn't leave, but returned to the altar instead. It was healing. It had decided to recuperate before leaving. The middle-aged man left the altar and arrived where Yang Yi and the universe sprite had spoken to the initial. He glanced at the surroundings and tapped his foot down lightly. Bang! The entire ground shook, and then a ray of sword energy descended to the center of the formation. The middle-aged man looked at the formation and said, 3 breaths of time. If you don't show yourself by then you don't have to, ever. A violent declaration. A moment of silence ensued before the formation circulated, and then the initial appeared before him. Your sword. The initial spoke softly. It's unprecedented. I never expected an expert like you to exist in the large universe. The middle-aged man flicked a blood-red heart to the initial, and it was still beating. You've been there. The initial's voice grave and carried a trace of solemnness. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. I'm sure you know of its origins, right? The initial remained silent. I'm not very fond of killing. The middle-aged man spoke abruptly. Because not many are worth killing. Do you understand what I mean? The initial spoke solemnly. You're looking for the owner of this heart. The middle-aged man replied, I'm a little interested. The initial fell silent for a long time and said, its owner is not in this universe. Not in this universe. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. I see. He turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the initial suddenly asked, May I ask why you're looking for that existence? The middle-aged man stopped and replied, I think he's a little strong, so allow me to be frank. Meanwhile, the initial said, that existence isn't just a little strong but very strong. I know your strength is at the peak, but that existence, the peak? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Do you know what's the most painful thing in this world? As far as I'm concerned, it's being invincible. From some point in time, I've been unable to sense danger at all. When a person can't sense danger, that person will be unable to advance further. And I know that my sword isn't at the level that I want. It can still improve. I need opponents, strong opponents. Unfortunately, only a few in this universe can be opponents of mine. They make me feel a little danger, but he shook his head, but it's just a little. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword floated silently before him. If Yang Yi was here, he would recognize the sword. The middle-aged man gazed at the sword for a long time and said, I haven't raised my sword in many years because no one has the right to make me. According to my knowledge, those two existences from the undying race and the void spirit maiden. Meanwhile, the initial spoke softly. All three of them. The middle-aged man shook his head. Void spirit maiden isn't bad. Unfortunately, she hasn't awakened completely. However, I will wait for her until she awakens completely. As for those two from the undying race, they aren't at their peak either. So, I'll wait for them too. Once I've fought them, they'll come for all of you. I hope the initial race is stronger. He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the initial spoke abruptly. What if they defeat you? The middle-aged man stopped for a moment and said, Are you talking about all three of them joining forces? The initial pondered deeply for a moment and said, That young man from before, what is he to you? The middle-aged man spoke softly. I want to see the limits of the sword Tao of emotion. I see. The initial spoke softly. He seems to be without emotion, but he is actually full of it. His sword has emotions as its core, so if he can stay true to his heart, he will definitely become a peerless sword cultivator. But you and him. A smile curled up on the middle-aged man's mouth, and his smile had deep meaning within it. He didn't say anything and just vanished. Confidence. The initial spoke softly. What a powerful sword cultivator. He's absolutely unprecedented. The initial was just about to vanish when he looked up at the sky. Another one is here. How powerful. A young girl descended to the ground in the distance. She glanced at the surroundings and started walking toward the initial. However, she frowned slightly when she passed the altar, and then she gazed at it. At the same time, the demon's pawn gazed at her. Her aura was restrained within her, so it was impossible to discern anything extraordinary about her. She had merely glanced at the demon's pawn before withdrawing her gaze, and then she started walking toward the initial. However, the demon's pawn suddenly smiled slyly. Shall definitely taste good. As soon as it finished speaking, it pounced at her. The young girl suddenly gazed at it, and something appeared on her forehead. Netherworld Destiny. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22-27, An Alliance? As soon as Netherworld Destiny appeared, her aura instantly became completely different. It was deep like the endless starry sky. Meanwhile, the demon's pawn had noticed this too, but it couldn't retract its attack in time. Swish! A ray of dark light flashed. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed out, and the demon's pawn was blasted away. Bam! It slammed against the ground, and there was a huge hole in its chest. Blood seeped out incessantly from it. The young girl glanced indifferently at the demon's pawn and said, "I've killed many demon's pawn from the initial civilization's time." The demon's pawn gazed at her with astonishment. Who are you?" She walked over to it. "What? You've forgotten so soon?" The demon's pawn gazed at her for quite some time. Suddenly, its eye opened wide. "Why you are?" Yang Yi and Tian Xiu had been here that day. It had intended to kill Yang Yi at the time because it could sense the aura of a precious treasure coming from Yang Yi, the primordial pagoda's aura. However, Tian Xiu had stopped it. After Tian Xiu revealed Netherworld Destiny that day, it had sensed a strong feeling of danger, so it had given up on killing Yang Yi. Yet now, it had encountered her again. This time, she was much stronger than she had been that day. Tian Xiu gazed at the demon's pawn. "How much have you recovered?" It glanced at her and replied, "Around 60%. Tian Xiu replied softly, "Do you want to live or die?" The demonspan replied, "Live, of course." Tian Xiu nodded. "Your strength isn't bad. Besides a few people, no one else in this world can harm you. Unfortunately, I'm one of those few. I have a friend who's a little weak and not safe at all. Help me protect him for some time. All right?" The demon's pawn seemed quite hesitant, and Tian Xiu said, "There's something in it for you." The demon's pawn gazed at her. "What?" She spoke softly. "He has the Bodhi tree or primordial violet energy. They are enough to help you recover quickly and even advance further." The demon's pawn replied solemnly, "You're talking about that young sword cultivator?" Tian Xiu nodded. The demon's pawn laughed bitterly. With you and that other expert from before. Who in this world can even harm him?" Tian Xiu shook her head slightly. "Just tell me if you'll do it or not." The demon's pawn spoke in a low voice. "What if I refuse?" She looked it in the eyes. "It'll kill you right now." It laughed bitterly, like an injured tiger. She replied indifferently, "Even if you were at your prime, killing you would be a piece of cake." She turned around and walked away. Bitterness covered the demon's pawn's face. As far as it has been concerned, now that it had escaped in this era, it would be able to roam freely and unmatched throughout the world. However, as soon as it had escaped, it had encountered two godlike existences. What the hell is happening to this world? The demon's pawn shook its head. Not to mention this era, those two he met today would be extraordinary experts even in his era. Yet Head had the misfortune of meeting them both. He had absolutely bad luck. The demon's pawn thought for a long time and vanished on the spot. Primordial violet energy and the Bodhi tree. They were things it really wanted. It wouldn't just be able to recover rapidly with their help. The Bodhi tree could help it improve to a higher level. So, it had decided to go to Yang Yi. Tian Xiu left the altar and went over to the initial. The initial hadn't left and was waiting there. The initial asked, "Do you need something?" Tian Xiu nodded. "I'm here to borrow something." The initial asked, "What?" She closed her eyes slowly. A short while later, Shed said something that made the initial's expression change drastically. "No, absolutely not." Tian Xiu's gaze gradually turned icy cold. "I have no ties anymore. So don't force me to seek out your race and slaughter it." Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Continent with the universe sprite. However, the area outside of the city was filled with people. They were from all over the large universe. The entire large universe had been completely occupied by the Undying race, so there were only two places left that hadn't been conquered, and it was the God Realm and Void Spirit Continent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "What's all this?" Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. "The God race concealed the entire God Realm with a formation, so everyone in the large universe is rushing over to us. Only a small portion of them are here right now. and even more are still on their way. What do you think about this? Yang Yi asked. Can't we drive them away? She shook her head. All of them. Sigh. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, let them stay outside. He entered the city once he finished speaking. Yang Lianshuang glanced at Yang Yi and gazed at the people outside of the city. I think my hometown is much better. It may not have such otherworldly abilities, but it's peaceful. People are like dogs in times of chaos. She turned around and left. Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Hall. Yang Lianshuang and Elder Yuan were here. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Lianshuang, you said the God race concealed their territory? She nodded in response. I presume they plan to avoid the Undying race for now. Presently, the Undying race is too strong, and both we and them are no match for the Undying race. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, during the God race's prime, the Four Paths and the other races almost lost to them. So would they have been able to fight the Undying race at their prime? Elder Yuan thought for a long time and shook his head no. They were absolutely strong in their prime, and Shi Tian was a peerless expert in his prime. However, based on everything we've seen so far, the Undying race's resources, reserves, and strength are much greater than them. If the God race, the other races, and the Four Paths were all at their prime, then perhaps they would stand a chance. Yet now, I'm sure you know the situation the large universe is in right now. He paused for a moment at this point before he continued. Even a race as powerful as the Void Spirit race wasn't able to stop them. So, to be honest, the strength the Undying race has revealed so far is probably just the tip of the iceberg, and once they do reveal their full strength, everyone revealed solemn expressions when they heard this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, so, it seems like we have no hope. The heavens always gives everyone a chance. Elder Yuan continued, all we can do is do our best. As for the outcome, well, let heaven decide. Now, we have to decide what to do with the people outside. As more and more arrive, chaos will ensue if we don't deal with them well. It has already started, Yang Lianshuang said. All sorts of things are happening outside the city every single day. Yang Yi frowned. A long time passed before he said, Lianshuang, Elder Yuan, both of you do as you see fit. He vanished from the hall once he finished speaking. Elder Yuan gazed at Yang Lianshuang, and the latter grinned. He didn't order us to drive them away, so he's giving them a chance. They'll make arrangements for them to enter the city. Elder Yuan said, remember to prevent them from causing any trouble. Don't show mercy to anyone who causes trouble. She nodded. I understand. She turned around and left. Elder Yuan gradually revealed a solemn expression. How will you deal with this? In the primordial pagoda, a small golden pagoda was in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at it, thought for a moment, and said, you should know about the primordial acts of creation, right? It didn't answer him. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, can you release it? Bang! A terrifying aura slammed Yang Yi back, and the primordial pagoda started to tremble madly. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Snowy appeared before the pagoda and started waving her claws. A short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi and started waving her claws again. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Snowy was telling him that his request was too dangerous, absolutely dangerous. It couldn't be released. If it was released, everyone in this pagoda would have to die. Everyone. That was what the primordial pagoda meant. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, why? The pagoda trembled and was clearly answering him. The primordial pagoda said that the axe was extremely terrifying. It could sense the axe's thoughts, and if it were to be allowed to leave now, it would carry out a slaughter. The primordial acts of creation. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face. He could sense what the pagoda was feeling. It was clearly afraid of the axe, and it was the first time had sensed it feeling so afraid. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, then is it a good thing or bad thing that it's in here right now? Right. I mean, can you keep it in here forever? The pagoda swayed from left to right. Obviously, it was saying that it couldn't. Yang Yi asked, when will it escape? Snowy raised her paw. Yang Yi asked, 500 years? She shook her head. Yang Yi asked again, 5,000 years? Snowy blinked, and then made a lowering gesture to Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi understood what she meant. He leaped up with shock. What? 5 months? Snowy nodded. Yang Ye's face was quite unsightly. What the hell? Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang appeared before Yang Yi and said, "The God Race sent an envoy. They want to form an alliance with us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 22-28 Why the God Race is Here. Chapter 22-28 Why the God Race is Here. An alliance? Yang Yi frowned. What alliance? Yang Lianshuang replied, "Only the God Race and us are left in the large universe. Obviously, they want to join forces against the undying race." She paused for a moment and continued, "It's Zhir who came. She said she knows you." Zhir. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "Let's go meet her." Both of them left the pagoda once he finished speaking. Once they left, Snowy looked around and gazed at the primordial pagoda, and then she started waving her claws swiftly. Snowy seemed to have said something that made the pagoda shake violently, and it seemed very agitated. Snowy hurriedly hugged it and started waving one of her claws. However, it was still very agitated. What Snowy said was very simple. She wanted to see the treasure. She wanted to see the primordial acts of creation. The primordial pagoda refused decisively. But Snowy clearly seemed like she refused to give up. At this moment, the primordial pagoda wanted to go to Yang Yi and tell Yang Yi to stop Snowy. Otherwise, Snowy would bring calamity upon them. However, its communication with Yang Yi was done through Snowy. Causing trouble? As far as Snowy was concerned, those words didn't exist to her. Outside the primordial pagoda, Void Spirit Hall, Yang Yi met Zhir. There was an old man by her side, and had met the old man too. It was the old man who managed things for her, and had taken him to the Azura grounds for training that day. Yang Yi asked, "Do you need something?" She glanced at him and said, "I'm sure you're aware of the situation in the large universe right now. My God Race and all of you can't resist the undying race. So, I think we should join forces. In that way, we'll still have a chance. Don't you think so too?" Yang Yi shook his head. "You're mistaken. We are no match for them even if we join forces." She frowned slightly. At the very least, we'll have a chance and not be locked in such a passive position as we are right now. Yang Yi walked slowly to her. "Zhir, your God Race betrayed me once. No, I should say that I once trusted your God Race, but how did your God Race treat me?" Zhir fell silent. In the past, their relationship was very good indeed, but the God Race had no choice. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Go back to them." She spoke solemnly. "It's not the time to be impulsive. Yang Yi, the undying race is far more powerful than you've seen. Even if my God Race was at its prime, we may not be a match for it, let alone now. If we join forces and work together, then perhaps we'll have a chance. Even if you refuse to think for your own benefit, do it for everyone else in this city." Yang Yi was about to say something when a voice came from outside. "Do you plan to make even more of your loved ones die?" Yang Yi turned toward its source, and a woman in a white dress walked over slowly. It was Ding Xiaoyao, the God Race's strategist. Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eyes. "Have you forgotten all who died for you?" Suddenly, a sword pressed against her forehead. It had stabbed in slightly, and blood seeped out. The old man by Zhir's side frowned slightly and was about to do something about it. However, a powerful aura enveloped him, causing him to be shocked and turn to its source. Elder Yuan was looking at him. Elder Yuan was a progenitor. So, based on their cultivations alone, Elder Yuan was at the highest realm of cultivation here. Ding Xiaoyao looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "When the undying race's army comes next, how many by your side will die for you? I know you hate me, because I didn't make the God Race help you that day. But ask yourself this, is it really my God Race's fault that they died?" Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he summoned his sword back. "It was mine. Qin Chuan and the others' death was his responsibility." Ding Xiaoyao said, "Yang Yi, You're a sword cultivator who does as his heart tells him, but you must do that according to the situation. You're not alone now, and you have friends, wives, and children to protect. If you act as you please, they will suffer the most. Since you can't be an emotionless sword cultivator, then you cannot do as you please because you have things to worry about. Since you have things to worry about, you must be cautious when you do things and cannot do as you please. Because just a decision of yours is very likely to cause the deaths of even more. So, if you abandon them, then with the strength you possess, you can roam the world freely. Moreover, I believe that if you abandon everything, you'll definitely become a second unfettered one. Yang Ye's natural talent was absolutely not the best. However, his mentality was. Natural talent wasn't terrifying. The most terrifying was those who had a strong mind. They were more terrifying than people with extraordinary natural talent. If the mind was strong, the person would be too. If the mind wasn't strong, even the greatest talent would be useless and vanish with time. Those who achieved greatness since the ancient times had an impenetrable heart and mind. As soon as she finished speaking those words, the hall fell silent. Yang Yi fell silent too. Just as Ding Xiaoyao had said, since he planned to remain among others, then he couldn't avoid some things of the world. Someone like the unfettered one thought about nothing but growing stronger, so he didn't belong to the world anymore. He had no flaws. Besides himself, he had no weak points. So, the only way to defeat him was to defeat him in head-on combat. But Yang Yi was different. Yang Yi cared about too many people and things. It was something that young Lianshuang and Elder Yuan actually understood. However, they didn't say anything. Not that they didn't dare to, but if they did say it, its effects wouldn't be this good. Moreover, they didn't want to tug at the pain in his heart. Ding Xiaoyao took another step forward and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Have you considered that if the Undying Race's army attacks again, then only these people in this hall and those women from the Nether Pavilion can help you in battle? As for the others in the city, they can't do anything. However, do you think that your forces can stop the Undying Race's army when it comes? Or perhaps, how many of you will survive the attack? I know you're not afraid. You're not afraid of anyone. But do you really want all of them to die with you? Yang Yi didn't answer her because he didn't know how. Ding Xiaoyao had no intent to stop and she continued, Yang Yi, you must realize that even if my god race has suffered decline and is inferior to the Undying Race, our overall strength is stronger than your side. We're not here begging you to form an alliance with us. Ding Xiaoyao laughed with ridicule at this point. I know that you're definitely thinking that you don't need us. But Yang Yi, have you thought about how you won't just have your friends by your side when the Undying Race attacks? You'll have the experts of my god race there too. Of course, my god race won't be alone as well, and we will have your help. So, it's a win-win for both of us. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent at this point, and so did the hall. Join forces with the god race. Just as Ding Xiaoyao had said, it was a win-win situation. However, it was up to Yang Yi to decide. Suddenly, Elder Yuan said, Allow me to correct you. Miss Ding, I don't think it's right to say that young brother Yang dragged down his friends with him. Unless you surrender, no one can survive the Undying Race. So, to be frank, the reason we were able to come together and fight the Undying Race is Yang Yi. If it wasn't for him, our alliance wouldn't exist at all. Besides that, a mysterious expert stopped the Undying Race earlier, and if I'm not wrong, it was due to Yang Yi too. Elder Yuan paused for a moment and continued, Of course, an alliance with the God Race is beneficial to us all. As for what you said about the God Race's strength being superior, I don't agree with that. Let me ask you something. Does your patriarch, Shi Tian, have absolute confidence in being able to kill Yang Yi? Of course, Yang Yi can't defeat him either. But what if Missen is included? In Nanjing, Ding Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly. Besides Yang Yi, there was another extraordinary genius on Yang Ye's side, and it was in Nanjing. It really wasn't difficult for them to kill progenitors with their current strength. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan added, Miss Ding, working together is a win-win for us, but you must realize that just like your God Race doesn't need to beg us, we don't need to beg you either. Our status is equal, and it's not one side helping the other, right? Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Elder Yuan and said, I think making a fuss about these things is meaningless at a time like this, right? Elder Yuan smiled. If the god race doesn't, then we want. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, young brother Yang, the decision is yours. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, while we can't be friends with the god race, it doesn't stop us from forming an alliance. Just as Ding Xiaoyao had said, he really had to think for the people by his side. If he was all alone, he wouldn't fear death at all. If he was no match for his enemies, he could just run. So long as he wanted, he was certain that the undying race couldn't catch up to him. After all, if the undying cavalry tried to chase him, then his strength was sufficient to slowly kill them one by one. But besides in Nanjing and himself, everyone else he knew couldn't accomplish that. Moreover, had promised Tian Xiu to take care of Void Spirit Continent for her. He had to wait for her to return. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, bring in Nanjing and come to the God Realm with me. It's beneficial for both of you. She turned around and left the hall. Once she walked outside, Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slowly. At this moment, only what Yang Yi said earlier remained in her mind. He couldn't become friends with the god race. Chapter 22-29 Sword Core. Chapter 22-29 Sword Core. A short while later, Yang Yi walked out of the hall, and in Nanjing was by his side. She glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and remained silent. Let's go. Ding Xiaoyao vanished once she finished speaking. A moment later, Yang Yi and in Nanjing followed her. Meanwhile, in the hall, Yang Lianshuang spoke softly. What is the god race trying to do? Don't worry. Elder Yuan smiled. No matter what they are trying to do, both of them won't be in danger. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Elder Yuan. Why? Elder Yuan looked out of the hall, because regardless of whether it's the undying race or the god race, they'll have to pay a terrible price to kill the two of them. It's a price that both sides don't want to pay. Moreover, Miss Ding used to be friends with Yang Yi, so I believe she won't harm him. Yang Lianshuang said, but the god race is most important to her. Elder Yuan nodded and spoke softly. That's what I admire the most. In the face of the race's interests, her own feelings should be put aside. Just because we like someone, we can't just disregard our family for that person, right? Yang Lianshuang gazed at Elder Yuan. Where I come from, many people do that. When they lose their loved ones, despair and sorrow filled them, and so they choose to end their own lives. But they never consider that all the pain and sadness would be passed on to their parents. Elder Yuan shook his head. How immature. Yang Lianshuang replied, it's immature indeed. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan glanced at Yang Lianshuang. Where are you from? Yang Lianshuang pondered deeply for a moment and replied, a very far away place. It's much more peaceful than this place. Elder Yuan asked, will the undying race go there? She thought for a moment and replied, I don't think so. It's too far away. Moreover, the people there are very weak. So, unless the undying race searches intentionally, they wouldn't even notice that place. After all, even spirit energy is pitiably scarce there. Elder Yuan nodded and left without saying a word. Yang Lianshuang frowned slightly. The undying race wouldn't go there, right? Yang Yi and in Nanjing followed Ding Xiaoyao's group to the God Realm. At this moment, it was concealed by a mysterious formation. So, if it wasn't for Ding Xiaoyao leading the way, he wouldn't be able to notice its presence even if he stood before it. Upon entering the God Realm, Yang Yi noticed that it was filled with a solemn aura. Obviously, the undying race felt like a huge problem for even the God race. Ding Xiaoyao and Jir led them to a hall, and just a middle-aged man was there. Shi Tian. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the god race, Shi Tian. Shi Tian gazed at Yang Yi, and then his gaze paused on a Nanjing before he gazed at Yang Yi again. What do you think about the undying race? Yang Yi replied indifferently, just get to the point. Since the god race wants to form an alliance, I'm really curious about what kind of alliance it will be. Shi Tian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. There must be a commander when two armies go to war. While we're allied, I have the right to command your forces. Do you have a problem with that? Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Shi Tian, and his eyes were blood red. Yang Yi said, why? Shi Tian said, because my god race is stronger than you. Ding Xiaoyao frowned slightly when she heard Shi Tian. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. The god race is stronger than us? Patriarch Shi Tian, where are you getting the confidence to say that? Shi Tian spoke indifferently. So there's no room for discussion? Yang Yi grinned, indeed. Yang Yi turned around and walked away, and Nanjing didn't hesitate to follow him. However, Yang Yi stopped after taking a few steps, and he said, Patriarch Shi Tian, this formation of yours is powerful, and it's hidden very well. However, allow me to be honest. Do you think it can keep you concealed from the undying race? Shi Tian replied indifferently, perhaps all of you would be dead before they even find us. Yang Yi chuckled. The undying race won't target me first. Is that so? Shi Tian continued. Are you that sure? Yang Yi replied, they've tried twice, but what was the outcome? Shi Tian said, if you didn't have help from someone, everyone in Void Spirit Continent, including you, would be dead now. Yang Yi looked Shi Tian in the eyes. So you do know that I have help. I thought you didn't. Shi Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. Yang Yi's tone really displeased him. However, Yang Yi ignored him and just walked away. Shi Tian suddenly said, the two of you are all alone here right now. It was obvious that it was a threat. Yang Yi stopped, gazed at Nanjing, and said, Jinger, how many can you kill while I'm sparring with Patriarch Shi Tian? And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment and said, all the sages. Yang Yi shrugged and gazed at Shi Tian. Patriarch Shi Tian, do you want to give it a try? All the sages. So long as Yang Yi was keeping Shi Tian busy, and Nanjing could definitely kill all the sages here. Now, even a progenitor couldn't stop her. While she wasn't at the progenitor realm, her strength was sufficient to kill one. Besides experts on the unfettered one and Void Spirit Maidens level, there were practically few in this world who could best in Nanjing in a one-on-one battle. The atmosphere in the hall became quite tense. Shi Tian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and was about to speak when Ding Xiaoyao spoke abruptly. How about we do this? Let's not obey each other, and well stay as equals and make decisions through discussions. Presently, the undying race seems to be doing something, and so this period of time is our chance. If we fight each other now, I'm sure the undying race will be the happiest. What do you think? Shi Tian glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and didn't say anything. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Miss Ding, can you still make decisions in the god race? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Shi Tian, and the latter fell silent for a long time before he said, approved. Regardless of whether he wanted to admit it, Yang Yi and in Nanjing weren't existences that he could annihilate with ease. But for the sake of the god race, he had to join forces with Yang Yi. Only then would they have a chance to survive. Otherwise, the moment the undying race's army arrived would be the moment the god race was annihilated. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. My god race will send someone to meet with Miss Yang Lianshuang and Elder Yuan to discuss how we arrange and deploy our forces against the undying race. However, before that, I hope we can make a deal with you. A deal that will benefit everyone. Yang Yi asked, what deal? Primordial violet energy and spirit energy. Ding Xiaoyao looked him in the eyes. Patriarch Shi Tian hasn't recovered completely, and he needs primordial violet energy to do it. Besides that, my god realm has a formation here, but we don't have sufficient spirit energy to activate it. We hope to gain Snowy's help to do that. Yang Yi asked, and what can you offer in exchange? Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Nanjing. Besides Elysium, the war god of my god race had two other things. I think that Miss N's strength will definitely rise tremendously if she obtains them. And Nanjing gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and the latter said, please come with me. She turned around and walked away. Yang Yi and Nanjing followed her. Meanwhile, Shi Tian remained silent in the hall, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jir said, Father, that's how he is. Shi Tian shook his head slightly. It's normal for the strong to have a temper. I'm thinking about the god race's future. Actually, all those years ago, I wanted to make peace with the other races and the Four Paths, but it was too late when I took over as patriarch. Our god race lost that battle, and now that we've returned, we have to face the undying race. That race? Jir asked softly, Father, how much do you know about them? Shi Tian replied softly, I know a little. All those years ago, The void spirit race was stronger than my god race at our primes, yet they were still annihilated by the god race. Shirtion took a deep breath. We have to prepare a way out for our race. Jir gazed at him with astonishment. Father, you. Shirtion replied softly. No matter what, the god race cannot go extinct here. Yang Yi and Nanjing followed Ding Xiaoyao to a room, and there were two things in it. One of them was a shield. It was square and pitch black. The head of a ferocious beast was at its front, and numerous mysterious symbols were at its back. The symbols emanated a horrifying aura. Yang Yi asked, "What's that?" Elysium. Ding Xiaoyao spoke solemnly. One of the precious treasures of the god race. It's impenetrable, and even progenitors cannot destroy it. Meanwhile, Nanjing shook her head. I do not need defense. Ding Xiaoyao smiled. It's a shield of war, so it isn't used defensively. It's used to attack. Or to be more precise, it can be used both offensively and defensively. Nanjing didn't say a word. She just waved her right hand, and the shield descended before her. Nanjing took it in her grasp. In an instant, the shield shook violently, but Nanjing remained unmoved. She just gazed at the shield, but she squeezed down harder and harder. A short while later, the shield calmed down. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at her, and then she gazed at the second thing. This is Elysium. Missin, you're fond of close-quarter combat, so it's perfect for you. As for what these bracers can do, you can slowly study it later. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, You possess all sorts of divine treasures, so you wouldn't even want the treasures of my god race. However, there's something that may arouse your interest. Yang Yi asked, What? Ding Xiaoyao said, The sword core. Yang Yi was puzzled. The sword core? Ding Xiaoyao explained softly, There is the sword heart, sword intent, and sword soul, so the sword core naturally exists too. If you possess it, then besides those few experts, no one else in this world will be able to harm you. Even our patriarch wouldn't be able to harm you. Chapter 22:31 A try? Chapter 22:31 A try? Yang Yi frowned slightly. The sword core? Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly. You possess the enlightened sword heart and sword intent, and your attainments in the sword soul aren't bad either. Besides that, you possess the sword domain. However, you do not possess the sword core. No, you do have it, but you haven't really utilized it. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Please do tell. She gazed at Nanjing. If I'm not wrong, Missin has the martial core too, right? Yang Yi gazed at her and she replied, I don't know. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. It's normal. Both of you are at your limits, so you know about everything you should know about, but there are many things that you do not know about. I presume even the martial god and Yang Ye's father didn't get the chance to tell you about them. Or perhaps they had never thought of it. After all, they left both of you to grow on your own. Yang Yi said, Explain it. Ding Xiaoyao nodded. Since the ancient times, the scholars have a scholarly core, those who engage in martial arts have the martial core, and as for sword cultivators, as far as I know, only two people possess the sword core. One of them is you, and I'm sure you know who the other one is. The sword core is actually just courage. In the eyes of others, the way Missin speaks and does things is very prideful and arrogant, but it isn't. She has merely cultivated a martial core. She gazed at Nanjing and continued, Let me ask you something, Missin. Do you always dare to fight, no matter who you're facing? Even if you're facing your master, the martial god, you still dare to fight him, right? Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment and nodded. Ding Xiaoyao said, That is the courage you possess. Both you and Yang Yi possess it, but you haven't fully utilized it. Or perhaps I should say that you haven't taken it seriously. She paused for a moment and continued. Both you and Nanjing should be thinking about how to improve your strength and not go looking for more treasures. You are the true foundation of your own strength, and you'll still be strong even without treasures. But if you're not strong, then even the best treasures will only make you strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Of course, you need equipment. You and your enemies are not from the same time, so if you don't use any treasures, you would be at an inherent disadvantage. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, My slaughter intent is at my peak, but my sword intent is still a step away. But that step, Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly, ignore your sword intent and cultivation for now. You can't rush them. Come, let's go to a place and cultivate your sword core properly. Both of you have a core, but it isn't strong enough. She raised both her hands, and the scene around them changed. A short while later, they arrived at a wasteland. Yang Yi was puzzled. What is this place? Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. This is where the ancestors of my god race slumber. While they have fallen, they left their inheritance behind. We can give some of these inheritances to you, like inheritances about the martial core and sword core, but I know, Yang Yi said, primordial violet energy and spirit energy. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and walked off into the distance. She waved her hand gently, and the ground shook. A short while later, a ball of white light appeared before her. Meanwhile, a surprised voice came from within it. A human? Ding Xiaoyao nodded. Our god race has made a deal with them, so please provide them with guidance, ancestor. Right? It's about the sword core and martial core. The sword core and martial core. The voice spoke softly, rare young geniuses. Huh. This slaughter intent, peak progenitor realm slaughter intent. The voice was filled with surprise. Yang Yi said, Senior, you're an ancestor of the god race? The voice replied, to be more precise, am a flame of inheritance of the god race. When the experts and patriarch of the god race perish, they try their best to store all their knowledge with me. I can be considered as a container, and I store the history of the god race and the knowledge of all its experts. I see. Yang Yi nodded slightly. At this moment, he could be considered to have seen the god race's resources and reserves for himself. The voice resounded. Do both of you know what courage is? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, bravery. Yes. The voice continued, courage is bravery. You possess the sword core because you're a sword cultivator who dares to fight, I presume. However, do you know what its limits are? Yang Yi shook his head. The voice explained, the limits of bravery is to do what you do not dare to do. Regardless of whether it's a person or any other living being, their final enemy is themselves. Conquer yourself, defeat yourself, and make only one voice remain in your heart. A person like that will be extremely strong. Do what I dare not do? Yang Yi frowned slightly. There's nothing that I dare not do. The voice suddenly said, do you dare to abandon all your treasures in a battle with a progenitor? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when the voice said, see? You hesitated. You're very strong, but you're not fully confident in your ability to defeat a progenitor without using any external forces, right? Yang Yi didn't refute it. It was true, Head hesitated just now, and just as the voice had said, Head hesitated because Head considered if he could defeat a progenitor like that. It represented that he wasn't sufficiently confident. It was a problem. He hadn't realized it before this, but he had now. The voice said, have you realized? Your bravery and courage are mostly established on the treasures you possess, and you aren't that confident in your own strength. Since the ancient times, many intentionally stop using treasure. Why? Because they don't want to rely on treasures and plan to temper their own courage and confidence, so that their minds and courage would be at its purest state. If you think about it carefully, you'll notice that no peerless expert you know has a treasure that's stronger than them, right? Yang Yi fell silent. Not to mention anyone else, just his father, Yang Wudi, used no treasures, and it was the same for the martial god. As for the unfettered one, he merely used an ordinary sword. Meanwhile, the voice said, actually, it can be described as a flaw in your sword heart. Yang Yi asked, abandon all treasures and external sources of strength? No. The voice said, everything in the world can be used, so why abandon them? Your task is to become stronger than them, and not the other way around. If you are stronger than them, then using them will only add to your strength. You will be controlling their strength, and you'll still be strong without them. But if you are weaker than them, then it's equivalent to borrowing their strength and not controlling their strength. There's a huge difference between them. Besides that, using the strength of treasures for too long causes you to rely on them, even if it's just a bit. So, once you lose them, you'll notice many problems. And Nanjing glanced at Elysium and fell silent. Yang Yi said, in the end, it's a problem with my sword heart, right? The voice said, sort of. Your sword intent can't advance further into the progenitor realm, and this should be the reason. As for you, young miss, you don't have many issues. Especially now that you've come to an understanding. I'm certain that your strength will rise to a higher level soon. The voice paused for a moment at this point and continued, let's talk about your sword core. Do you want to condense it? Condense it? Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? The voice replied, condense your courage into a sword. Or perhaps I should say to condense your sword into courage. If you can do that, your sword Dao will at least improve by 30% or 40%. Of course, the increase will be reflected in your strength too. Yang Yi asked, how do I do that? Overcome the shroud in your heart. The voice continued, let me ask you, if you use all your strength, how confident are you in being able to kill a progenitor? Yang Yi replied, 60% to 70%. The voice asked, what if you don't use any treasures and rely solely on yourself? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and replied, 40% to 50%. The voice said, want to try? Yang Yi was puzzled, try? Meanwhile, the voice said, close your eyes and concentrate. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and did it. Suddenly, the scene around him changed, and he was in the boundless starry sky. A middle-aged man was standing before him. The man was tall and held a spear in his right grasp. Yang Yi recognized the spear. It was Elysium. Elysium. There was a shield in his left hand, and it was Elysium. Besides that, the Elixium was on his arms. The war god of the god race. The middle-aged man was the god race's war god. Suddenly, the voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. This is a battlefield simulation created from a powerful formation, so fight. Of course, remember that you should not think that you'll be fine because it's a simulation. If you die here, your soul will be heavily injured. Of course, that's not the worst part. The worst part is that your sword heart will instantly collapse. You'll be doomed if that happens. Collapse of the sword heart. It was undoubtedly something no sword cultivator could accept, and it was something no sword cultivator wanted to experience. It was like a collapse of faith. Yang Yi understood what the voice meant. If he lost, it represented that his confidence and sword heart were built on external forces like treasures, and not on his own strength. Once a person started to deny himself, everything would be over. Meanwhile, the war god vanished. Bang! An instant later, Yang Yi's figure curved inwardly as his figure was blasted away. He hadn't even stopped himself when a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Crack! At the same time, his entire body started to crack open. Chapter 22:31 Death is Nothing. Chapter 22:31 Death is Nothing. One attack. The war god's might was that powerful. Yang Yi wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to heal himself with primordial violet energy. However, the voice resounded in his mind again. Primordial violet energy is an external force as well. It belongs to the primordial pagoda and not you. Yang Yi was shocked. He couldn't use primordial violet energy. What did that represent? It represented that he didn't possess an undying body anymore. So would he still dare to fight fearlessly as Head done in the past? Would he dare to do that? In the past, Head dared to risk his life in battle mostly because of the primordial violet energy, because his body would recover rapidly with it. Yet now, he couldn't use it. Would he still dare to fight like that with just his own strength? At this moment, Yang Yi really realized the severity of his issues. If he didn't dare to, then it was undoubtedly no different than denying his own ability. But if he dared to do so, would he be able to survive like he had in the past? Yang Yi wasn't the only one. Even in Nanjing had a solemn expression on her face. In the end, it was a test of utmost importance to Yang Yi. If he could pass it, his sword heart would become unprecedentedly fortified, and it would even rise a level higher while his sword core would condense. But if he failed the test, his sword heart would instantly collapse, and that represented the collapse of his sword Dao and a tremendous decline in strength. Moreover, he may never be able to advance again. And Nanjing gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, And the latter spoke softly, "I'm not trying to harm him. Both you and him need to grow stronger, right?" And Nanjing fell silent. Ding Xiaoyao continued, "If he succeeds, his foundation would be truly fortified, and he will attain the peak of the sage realm in all aspects and be just half a step away from the progenitor realm. That's a good thing for him, isn't it?" And Nanjing spoke softly, "What if he fails?" Ding Xiaoyao smiled. "Do you have no confidence in him?" And Nanjing shook her head. Ding Xiaoyao looked over. A person's strength isn't determined by treasures or supported by treasures. For example, someone who becomes rich overnight. That person's confidence will definitely gain an unprecedented rise. After all, money represents confidence. However, if that person suddenly loses everything overnight as well, that person's confidence will vanish too. But if a person relied on himself to go step by step to the top, then even if that person loses everything, that person would still have his confidence. Because he has the ability, so even if he falls, he can start all over again. She paused for a moment at this point and continued, "I'm sure you know of the unfettered one and Yang Yes father. Where does their strength come from? It comes from themselves. As for treasures, it's not that they don't use them, but treasures are just tools to them. They are still strong like gods even without those treasures. A truly strong person is inwardly strong, regardless of whether it's you or Yang Yi. While you may be extremely strong, you can be stronger, right?" And Nanjing remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. In the past, he went to the sword sect for his mother and sister. At that time, he fell into hell because of the primordial pagoda, but he didn't give up. No matter how long it took, he never gave up. Even now, I believe that he won't give up. Yang Yi is still strong even without his treasures. And Nanjing glanced at Ding Xiaoyao. "You know him very well." Ding Xiaoyao said, "Actually, I really admire you." And Nanjing gazed at her with a questioning look in her eyes. But Ding Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Meanwhile, after the war god blasted Yang Yi away, he didn't attack again and just walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Every step he took caused an invisible aura to slam down upon Yang Yi. Pressure. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked up at the war god. His eyes were blood red. A moment later, a sword appeared in his grasp. It wasn't the sword supreme, but the sword precursor. The sword supreme was a treasure, an external source of strength to Yang Yi. But the sword precursor wasn't. The sword precursor was strong because of him, so the sword precursor couldn't be considered as a treasure. Slaughter intent. Boundless slaughter intent swept out from Yang Yi, and the sword in his grasp trembled. At the same time, Elysium left the war god's grasp. It wasn't fast, or it should be described as alternating between fast and slow. If it was extremely fast, Yang Yi wouldn't really fear it, but when it alternated between fast and slow, it made a solemn expression appear on Yang Yi's face. Yang Yi pressed his sword against his forehead, and then a ray of light flashed. It didn't strike Elysium, and it moved in a strange arc around Elysium and stabbed at the war god. However, the war god didn't dodge and just slammed his fist forward. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy exploded apart. At the same time, a ray of blood-red light shot down at the war god. As soon as it descended, even space had a huge gap torn open in it. The war god suddenly looked up, and then Yang Yi's sword couldn't move an inch further because a pair of bracers had clamped down onto it. An instant later, the war god's knee slammed toward Yang Yi's stomach. If it struck him, Yang Yi would be crippled even if he survived it. Yang Yi's reaction was extremely swift. Yang Yi had released his sword from his right grasp at the instant the war god had lifted his knee, and Yang Yi clenched his right fist before slamming it down. Bang! As soon as they collided, space shook violently, and the entire illusory world turned ethereal. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted away, and at that same instant, the war god grabbed Yang Yi's sword and hurled it at him. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed and shot toward Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was completely sliced into bits, and the powerful energy it contained shook the world here. Pure energy. It was the war god's pure strength. While he didn't know the sword Tao, his pure strength still made it extremely strong, even if he didn't possess sword intent. Not to mention a sword, Even a blade of grass could be extremely powerful in the hands of an expert like this. A blood-red glow flashed through Yang Yes' eyes as he slowly stretched his right hand forward. At the same time, the sword domain appeared, and the sword instantly started slowing down. In the end, it landed firmly in his grasp. The sword domain. It was one of his trump cards. As he held the sword precursor in his grasp, a wave of terrifying slaughter intent suddenly swept out from him, and it quickly filled the entire sword domain, causing the sword domain to turn blood-red. Hiss, 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 hiss. Rays of blood-red sword energy enveloped down toward the war god like a storm. Meanwhile, the war god closed his eyes slightly, and a shield appeared before him. He didn't use it to defend himself, and he just raised it and charged at Yang Yes' sword energy. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this. The war god's strength had surpassed his expectations slightly. Yang Yi didn't allow his thoughts to wander. He stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the air, and then he dived down. Bang! A moment later, a sword stabbed against the shield, and a rumbling explosion resounded. Countless rays of sword energy exploded apart. At the same time, Yang Yi and the war god immediately split apart and were pushed backward repeatedly. But just a moment later, they shot at each other once more. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. How powerful was Yang Yes' true strength? It was obvious now. While he was only a sage, his slaughter intent was at the progenitor realm, and it was even at the peak of the progenitor realm. As for his combat instinct, it was extraordinary too. So, even if he wasn't using any treasures, he could fight a progenitor. However, just as Head said, he only had a 30% or 40% chance to kill a progenitor while not using any treasures. He only possessed slaughter intent at the progenitor realm, but those progenitors were at the progenitor realm. Suppression. Yang Yi was gradually suppressed in the battle. At this moment, he had no primordial violet energy to heal himself, so his body was gradually covered in holes and blood. But Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that his blood was immediately reabsorbed upon flowing out. And once he reabsorbed that blood, he noticed that his slaughter intent grew even stronger. Even stronger. However, there was a problem. If he couldn't defeat the war god before his blood dried up, he would be exhausted to death. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away while blood sprayed from him in midair. However, it didn't take long for him to reabsorb it all, or it should be said that his slaughter intent reabsorbed it all. Yang Yi greedily took a deep breath and gazed at the war god. Now, he only had a single choice. Fight. Fight to the death. He had no other way out. No sword supreme, no primordial armor, no primordial violet energy, and no samadhi flame. But he still dared to fight, until death, just like how many in the world were. While they had no money, no power, and no backing, they had courage, and they dared to fight back against anyone who tried to bully them. One could have no money, power, and backing in life, but one had to have courage. Death was nothing to fear. Chapter 22:32A Flip of the Palm. Chapter 22:32A Flip of the Palm. The battle was growing even more intense. At this moment, Yang Yi was covered in injuries. A long time later, bang! A loud explosion resounded through the simulated battlefield, and then the entire battlefield collapsed. It was obliterated. The surroundings fell silent. Bang! Meanwhile, a figure slammed down before in Nanjing and Ding Xiaoyao. It was Yang Yes' figure. At this moment, he wasn't injured, but his countenance was absolutely pale. He was beyond exhausted. While it was just a simulation, it was a huge amount of consumption for him. It was consumption of the mind and soul. Meanwhile, Nanjing spoke softly. He succeeded. The outcome of the battle wasn't important. What was important was that Yang Yi had proved himself. Even without treasures, he was still the same Yang Yi. That was enough. His sword heart had been fortified, and his sword core had condensed. Yang Yi didn't open his eyes. He was in a meditative state right now. It hadn't just been a battle to him. It had fortified his sword heart and helped him condense his sword core. Ding Xiaoyao and in Nanjing didn't disturb Yang Yi and moved aside instead. Meanwhile, in Nanjing said, "Do I need to do like he did?" Ding Xiaoyao shook her head slightly. "You don't rely on treasures, so you don't need to fortify your martial Dao heart and martial core. But he is different. He has used too many treasures throughout these years, and they have more or less affected him. The objective of this was to make his sword heart even more solid. Now, it seems like he succeeded." And Nanjing glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and said, "You made a mistake." Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Nanjing. And Nanjing spoke softly, "If you needed Snowy, you could have just asked, and he would have lent her to you. After all, your god race had no intent to harm her. However, you did that when he was at his most difficult. As far as he's concerned, that's no different than betrayal. He's a very loyal person, and it's to people he considers his own. But he's a ruthless person too." Ding Xiaoyao didn't say anything, and Nanjing didn't speak more either. Just like that, they waited in silence. 2 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and stood up slowly. And Nanjing asked, "How are you feeling?" "How I'm feeling?" Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. It felt really strange indeed. It was like he'd been reborn from the fire. His sword heart had been improved, and his sword core had been condensed. Yang Yi stretched out his hand slowly. In an instant, a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air. A smile curled up on his face as he gazed at it. It wasn't at the progenitor realm, but it wasn't what it used to be. Or to be more precise, his improvement wasn't just in sword intent and cultivation, it was an improvement in the sword Dao. He was much more confident now. In the past, even he felt that it was difficult for himself to defeat a progenitor without treasures. Yet now, even if he didn't use all of that, he was confident in his ability to defeat a progenitor. As for if he did use them, he would be even more confident. The improvements in his sword Dao that had attained today had laid the foundation for his future advancement in the sword Dao. Now, his slaughter intent was at the peak of the progenitor realm, and his sword intent was just a step away from it. Besides that, he had the sword domain and enlightened sword heart. If he used the sword supreme, it could instantly raise his sword intent. After all, his slaughter intent couldn't even suppress his sword intent while he held the sword supreme. So, once he used it, it represented that he possessed both progenitor realm slaughter intent and sword intent. Coupled with the special ability of the sword supreme, his combat strength would rise a level higher. Head gained tremendously. Yang Yi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and in Nanjing. "Let's go." And Nanjing nodded slightly and entered the primordial pagoda. Train. The reason she hadn't gone to train earlier was because she had to protect Yang Yi. Now that Yang Yi had regained consciousness, she wanted to test the treasures she had obtained. Ding Xiaoyao led Yang Yi to the hall from before, and Shi Tian was waiting there. Shi Tian glanced at Yang Yi. "Congratulations." Yang Yi didn't say anything, and he just waved his right hand. A strand of primordial violet energy surged incessantly toward Shi Tian. Shi Tian absorbed everything he received from Yang Yi, and Snowy appeared by Yang Yi's side at the same time. Under his instructions, Snowy released countless strands of spirit energy to Shi Tian. They were helping him heal. That was his deal with the god race. Help Shi Tian heal. Shi Tian madly absorbed the primordial violet energy and the spirit energy from Snowy. Just like that, around 4 hours passed before they stopped. Shi Tian took a deep breath, and an invisible aura seeped out from him, and the space in the surroundings shook violently. Meanwhile, Shi Tian opened his eyes and waved his right hand. In an instant, the pressure vanished without a trace. Yang Yi said, "Congratulations." Shi Tian glanced at Yang Yi. "I've only recovered by 80%. There's nothing to be happy about." 80%? Yang Yi asked. "Do you need more?" Shi Tian shook his head. "Being able to recover up to 80% is good enough. I have to slowly recover for the rest. It can't be rushed." He flicked a scroll to Yang Yi as he spoke. Yang Yi asked, "What is that?" Shi Tian explained, "A teleportation scroll. If your void spirit continent is in danger, crush it and it'll be there. Of course, if they discover my god race, please lend us a hand." Yang Yi asked, "Are we just going to wait until death arrives?" "Wait until death arrives?" Shi Tian shook his head slightly. Being able to think like that proves you're really brave. However, what else can we do now? Attack them instead? Go to their home world? Not to mention all of that. Just their undying cavalries are beyond us. Even if we can crush them, we'll probably pay a terrible price. Not to mention that the undying race still has other experts. Yang Yi asked, then wait for them to come. Shirtian fell silent for a long time and said, let's discuss it when the time comes, all right? Yang Yi nodded, and he just took Snowy and walked away. Meanwhile, Shirtian said, Xiaoyao, send him off for me. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly, but Yang Yi suddenly said, that isn't necessary. He vanished from the hall once he finished speaking. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent in the hall. Shirtian spoke softly, Xiaoyao, has the undying race made any movements lately? She shook her head slightly. After they were stopped outside Void Spirit Continent, they retreated to the prehistoric ruins. They seem to be recuperating now. Shirtian asked, what about the endless black holes? Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. We can't get close. It leads to the undying race's home world, so it's heavily guarded. All of our forces that get close are annihilated in an instant. So, we can't get inside at all. Shirtian spoke solemnly. Why aren't they coming over here then? Ding Xiaoyao thought for a moment and replied, perhaps there's some kind of reason that's stopping them. Or perhaps they fear something. Fear something? Shirtian gazed at her. What do you mean? Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. It's just a guess. Shirtian spoke softly. No matter what, we have to be careful. The slightest mistake may result in our annihilation. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and didn't say anything else. Yang Yi left the God Realm. Had gained a lot in this trip, and he wasn't the only one. And Nanjing had gained quite a bit too. She had obtained Elysium and Elixium, allowing her strength to rise a level higher. Of course, she was extremely strong even without them. After all, she didn't really rely on treasures. Void Spirit Continent. As soon as Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Continent, a wave of monstrous pressure enveloped the continent. It was extremely strong, even stronger than some progenitors. Everyone on the continent was shocked and looked up. Is the undying race here? Yang Yi frowned slightly. He tapped his right foot down and shot up into the air in a flash of blood red. He arrived in the sky above the continent, and a ferocious beast wasn't too far away from him. It was naturally the demon's pawn from the initial continent. The demon's pawn glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded slightly. I am, and you? The demon's pawn grinned gloomily. Give it a guess. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The undying race? The undying race? The demon's pawn laughed with ridicule. What trash is that? I'm a demon's pawn, one from the initial civilization's time. Do you know what a demon's pawn is? Yang Yi asked. A demon beast? Demon beast? The demon's pawn was furious. Demon's pawn. Do you know what a demon's pawn is? I'm not something those lowly demon beasts can compare to. Yang Yi said, Are you from the undying race or not? I'm not. The demon's pawn howled with rage. How can trash like that compare to me? What did you say? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted it. You called the undying race trash? Are you kidding me? You probably wouldn't even have the chance to fight back against them. Their strength will instill despair in you. Nonsense. The demon's pawn glared angrily at Yang Yi. Kid, do you know what a demon's pawn is? Nonsense? Yang Yi interrupted it again. Then do you dare to come with me to the undying race? Let me see how strong you really are. Or perhaps you were just boasting. Let's go then. The demon's pawn glared at Yang Yi. I'll annihilate those fools with a flip of my palm. Come, let's go now. Yang Yi vanished into the sky once he finished speaking, and the demon's pawn immediately followed him. Chapter 22, 33 Move and Die. Chapter 22, 33 Move and Die. In the city, everyone exchanged glances. They left just like that? Meanwhile, young Lianchuang frowned. He'll be fine, right? Elder Yuan shook his head slightly. I think so. If he chooses to flee, not many will be able to kill him. Young Lianchuang nodded. I hope so. Yang Yi and the demon's pawn shot swiftly through the starry sky. A competition of speed. Both of them had raised their speeds to their limits. However, both of them couldn't leave the other behind. At this moment, the demon's pawn was quite shocked. It was shocked by Yang Yi's speed because its cultivation far surpassed Yang Yi. So, as far as it was concerned, Yang Yi would be no match for him. But Yang Yi's speed was inferior to it at all. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped. The demon's pawn stopped too. What is it? Yang Yi replied, Senior, I think we should stop this. The undying race is really formidable. I'm really afraid. Afraid that we won't be able to return. Don't worry. The demon's pawn spoke indifferently. You'll definitely be able to return alive with me here. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, the undying race is really dangerous. We should just turn back now. Are you a man or not? Meanwhile, the demon's pawn spoke angrily. I told you to go, so let's go. Stop wasting time. Yang Yi hesitated for quite some time before he reluctantly said, All right, then let's go. I trust you. Yang Yi vanished into the distance, and the demon's pawn grunted coldly before vanishing on the spot as well. The prehistoric ruins. The prehistoric ruins was one of the undying race's outposts now, and the undying cavalries lived here. Normally, they would be out plundering death energy, but even then, there were around 200 to 300 remaining here. Yang Yi arrived there with the demon's pawn, and the latter frowned slightly upon stepping foot into the prehistoric ruins. It was no weakling, so it had sensed something unusual about this place. It was about to speak when Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shouted with fury, Trash from the undying race, get the fuck out here. The demon's pawn gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment while feeling at a loss for words. Rumble. Terrifying auras shot up into the sky, and then figures descended near Yang Yi. The undying cavalry. Over 100 of them, and they were led by Dugu Juetian. Dugu Juetian frowned at the sight of Yang Yi. Yang Yi? Where did you get the gall to do this? Yang Yi suddenly pointed at her and shouted angrily, How dare you boast before Senior Demon's Pawn? Kowtow and beg for forgiveness this instant. Demon's Pawn? Dugu Juetian gazed at the demon's pawn, and the latter glanced at Yang Yi. How could it not realize that Yang Yi was trying to use it, and it would naturally not allow that to happen? It was about to speak when Dugu Juetian pointed at it. Demon's pawn? What kind of trash is that? Yang Yi, my undying race doesn't have time to waste on you. Take that piece of trash with you and fuck off. Otherwise, trash? The demon's pawn had a ferocious expression on its face. Bitch. Who are you calling trash? Dugu Juetian looked it in the eyes. Aren't you trash? Trash like you. Die. The demon's pawn howled with fury, and a claw slammed down at Dugu Juetian. The latter was prepared, and her spear left her grasp as soon as the demon's pawn attacked. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then Dugu Juetian was blasted over 30 kilometers back. At this moment, a solemn expression appeared in her eyes. She wasn't the only one. Yang Yi had a slightly solemn expression too, because the demon's pawn's strength had surpassed his expectations slightly. Suddenly, the demon's pawn pounced forward at her. The space in the surroundings warped from the impact, and the space around her collapsed in an instant. Within the collapsing space, Dugu Juetian's figure shot backward while the other 2 spears on her back shot up into the air and transformed into 2 silver rays of light that shot at the demon's spawn. Bang! Bang! In the pitch-black hole in space, 2 explosions resounded like thunderclaps, and then Dugu Juetian's spears were blasted away. Meanwhile, the demon's pawn didn't slow down and instantly appeared before her. Break! She suddenly grabbed the short swords by her waist and swung them down. Bang! Both Dugu Juetian and the demon's pawn were blasted back by the force of the collision. But Dugu Juetian didn't stop. She waved her hands, and a strand of dark energy condensed into a 1-kilometer-long spear, and then it shot at the demon's pawn. The demon's pawn didn't use any weapons and just slapped its claw down at it. Space shook while energy surged out like a torrent. Boom! Boom! Explosions resounded incessantly from within the black hole. Yang Yi's shock increased as the battle progressed. He didn't know much about the demon's pawn's origins, and had only led the demon's pawn here on a whim. But he hadn't expected the demon's pawn to actually be so strong. It was much stronger than a progenitor. It was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, black spears shot at the demon's pawn incessantly. Under the barrage of spears, the demon's pawn's attacks were stopped, and it was even pushed back repeatedly. Yang Yi couldn't help but gaze at Dugujuetyin. She had grown stronger. She was much stronger than she'd been when they last met. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at the demon's pawn. Senior, the undying race is too strong. We're no match for them. You flee first. They'll help you stop her. Flee. The demon's pawn suddenly glared at Yang Yi. When have I ever fled? You flee yourself. I'm determined to kill her today. Yang Yi said, Senior, you'll die if you don't flee. Then I will. The demon's pawn spoke angrily. You shut the hell up and watch. Just watch how I destroy the undying race. As soon as it finished speaking, it ignored Yang Yi and charged madly at Dugujuetyin. Yang Yi shrugged and sat down cross-legged. All right, I will. Suddenly, the undying cavalry appeared around Yang Yi and gazed at him with hostility. Yang Yi pointed at the demon's pawn. I advise you not to act rashly. That senior of mine can annihilate the undying race with a flip of the palm. Annihilate us? The commander who led the group laughed with ridicule. Yang Yi, I don't know where you found that fellow, but I have to say that you're going to be disappointed if you put your hopes in it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi leaped up and spoke angrily. I'm telling you, you can look down on me, but don't look down on that senior of mine. He's a demon's pawn. Do you know what a demon's pawn is? I bet your undying race doesn't know. Demon's pawn are. Yang Yi blinked and continued. They are the strongest living beings in this world. My senior is just injured now. He can obliterate your undying race with ease at his prime. Him? The commander revealed a smile of disdain. My undying race has conquered countless universes and seen countless experts. At my undying race's prime. Not to mention looking for trouble with us. Trash like that would be terrified to the point of kowtowing just from the sight of my undying race. Yang Yi, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Since you're here, then stay forever. As soon as the commander finished speaking, she hurled her spear at Yang Yi. Hiss! It tore through the air and shook the space around it. This commander's strength was only inferior to Dugujuetyin. Yang Yi's face remained indifferent, and he just raised his hand and swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy blasted the spear away while the commander's pupils constricted. She grabbed the flying spear with her right hand. But then her expression immediately changed drastically. Bang! She was blasted over 3 kilometers away with her spear, and 2 deep trenches had been dug out before her. At this moment, all the undying cavalry were shocked. Suddenly, the commander shot forward, and Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Boom! An explosion resounded and space cracked open in an instant. The commander's figure was blasted away. The commander was about to counterattack when her expression changed drastically. Hiss! A sword stabbed into her forehead. Stop him! The commander howled with fury. So long as Yang Yi was stopped from pouring his strength into his sword, she would survive. The other undying cavalry reacted swiftly and immediately charged at Yang Yi. With over 100 undying cavalry charging at him, Yang Yi couldn't deal with the commander at all. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying slaughter intent swept out from him, turning the entire sky blood red. But that wasn't the end of it. Another wave of intent surged out from him. Sword intent. However, it was immediately suppressed by his slaughter intent. But it only took a moment for the sword intent's aura to rise rapidly, and then it shot up into the sky and was on par with his slaughter intent. Because Yang Yi was holding the sword supreme now. When he held the sword precursor, his slaughter intent could suppress his sword intent, but when he held the sword supreme, both of them were on par. Slaughter intent and sword intent. Yang Yi tapped the tip of his right foot against the ground. Hiss! A strand of sword energy flashed. Hiss! 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 3 undying cavalries instantly lost their heads. All the other undying cavalry were shocked by this scene. Yang Yi tapped his sword against his palm. Move and die. How dare you? An undying cavalry shouted with rage and was about to attack. Hiss! A sword suddenly stabbed into her forehead, and then her eyes opened wide. Yang Yi slowly pulled out his sword from her, and blood sprayed from her forehead and behind her head. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to remove his sword, and then he gently wiped off the bloodstains before taking a small taste with the tip of his tongue. He revealed a slightly intoxicated expression. I've gotten a little addicted to the thrill of slaughter. He he he. Chapter 22:34 The weak deserve death. Chapter 22:34 The weak deserve death. The undying cavalry here gazed at Yang Yi, while coldly arose in their hearts. Yang Yi was a sword cultivator. However, no one treated him as one. After all, he was a sword cultivator with slaughter intent at the progenitor realm. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi didn't cultivate in the sword Dao, he cultivated in the slaughter Dao. He was mad, demonic, and violent. That was the people's opinion of Yang Yi. Those were what made Yang Yi most terrifying. At this moment, even the undying cavalry were extremely fearful of him. They had fought Yang Yi on too many occasions, and he really wasn't someone easy to deal with. Yet now, Yang Yi's strength had clearly improved tremendously. Yang Yi glanced at the undying cavalry while oceans of blood could be seen in his eyes. Everywhere he looked, no one dared to meet his gaze. A strange smile curled up on Yang Yi's face. He was about to attack again when an explosion resounded. Yang Yi looked over. At this moment, Dugu Juetian had been blasted away by the demon's pawn. The demon's pawn wanted to follow up with another attack, but almost 200 undying cavalry appeared before it. A moment later, they attacked in unison and pushed the demon's pawn back. The demon's pawn glanced at them, frowned, and said, "These women have some skill." It seemed to have thought of something at this point and gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was looking at it too. The demon's pawn was shocked when it saw Yang Yi's blood-red eyes. Why is that kid's desire to kill that strong? Meanwhile, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "Senior, do you need help?" The demon's pawn grunted coldly. "You're really a scheming fellow." It was no fool, so it naturally knew that it had fallen for Yang Yi's tricks. Yet now, it couldn't just take back what it had said. Moreover, even if it wanted to leave, the undying cavalry wouldn't let it. Yang Yi shrugged. "I told you that they are extremely strong, but you said I'll only take a flip of the palm. Sigh, senior, now you should have realized how terrifying they are, right?" "Terrifying?" The demon's pawn grunted coldly. "They just have the numbers." Yang Yi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, indeed. They just have many forces. They dare not fight you in single combat, because if they do so..." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "What if it's single combat?" Yang Yi instantly frowned, and he turned toward the endless black holes. A voice floated out slowly from the door of light there. "Demon's pawn. I didn't expect one to still exist in this large universe. What a rare sight." "Right, my undying race met a few demon's pawn when we first came here all those years ago, and they were much stronger than you. Do you know what happened to them?" Obviously, the voice was speaking to the demon's pawn. The demon's pawn gazed at the endless black holes and frowned slightly. "Stop trying to mystify yourself." It immediately stretched out a claw once it finished speaking, and its claw shot through space and arrived before the door of light before slapping down at it. Meanwhile, a finger stretched out from behind the door and tapped against the claw. Bang! The claw exploded apart. At the prehistoric ruins, the demon's pawn's expression instantly changed drastically. You want to annihilate my undying race?" A voice came from behind the door of light. "Why don't you try?" Yang Yi spoke softly. "Senior, let's go. We have nothing to fear." The demon's pawn glanced at Yang Yi. "You go?" Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. "You're not coming?" "Why would I?" The demon's pawn replied indifferently. "Are you still trying to use me, kid?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the demon's pawn glanced at the undying cavalry. "Kid, I'm leaving. Are you coming?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Are you not going to fight more?" "Fight yourself." The demon's pawn vanished into the sky once it finished speaking. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and wanted to leave as well, but Dugu Juetian suddenly said, Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. You plan on escorting me? She laughed coldly. Yang Yi, your happy days are about to end. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I'm very curious. How many races have your undying race annihilated? I can't remember. She replied, Why? Yang Yi replied, You've annihilated so many and plan to annihilate more. What's the point of it? The point? Dugu Juetian replied coldly, Yang Yi, I know a little about you. You're a selfish person, and you don't care about your own race at all. If you were willing to step forward for the human race, it wouldn't have fallen to such an extent, but you didn't. But every single undying cavalry of my undying race can die for the undying race. Yang Yi shook his head. I did step forward once, but they abandoned me. Dugu Juetian suddenly asked, Have you heard of the Void Spirit race? Yang Yi asked, and Dugu Juetian said, All those years ago when we arrived here, we encountered the Void Spirit race. While we were enemies, we respect the Void Respect Maiden and the Void Spirit race. That's why we didn't destroy Void Spirit Continent after annihilating them. Do you know why they received our respect? Because they were united. Because not a single one of them surrendered until death took them. Most importantly, they were willing to die for the Void Spirit Maiden, your human race, and even the God race and all the other races and nothing before them. All of you are a bunch of selfish ants. Yang Yi asked, And your undying race is very united? Dugu Juetian laughed coldly. If we weren't united, how could we have survived in this boundless universe? Just take a look at history. How long do races that do not stay united last? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time and shook his head. You haven't answered my question. Why is your undying race slaughtering everyone? Is it really because you need to absorb the death energy of the dead to survive? Dugu Juetian walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you're too naive. You don't know how brutal this universe can be. You should have heard of the initial race, but do you know what they did first upon arriving at that new universe? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What? Dugu Juetian laughed coldly. They plundered and slaughtered. The bloody deeds they've committed are on par with my undying race. Let me tell you a little more. Countless living beings and races have been born throughout the universe, especially during the time of my undying race. Countless universes intersected and a myriad of races existed like a forest throughout the universe. All these races needed spirit energy and resources to survive. So what would happen when spirit energy is insufficient and they haven't been able to find a new universe? Yang Yi spoke softly, Slaughter. She laughed coldly. You're correct. The weak have no right to live. The living beings of this large universe are weak, so you deserve death. It's the law of the universe. The weak deserve death. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and nodded. Thanks for the information. Dugu Juetian added, The next time we meet, either you or we will die. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I'll be waiting. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, an undying cavalry walked over to Dugu Juetian's side. He'll become a great enemy for our race if he's allowed to continue growing. Dugu Juetian replied indifferently, He won't have the chance. Moreover, why would we feed him even if he grows further? The undying cavalry nodded slightly. When will our patriarch emerge from his closed-door cultivation? Dugu Juetian spoke solemnly. I don't know, but it won't be long. Unfortunately, Lord Xiaolu is standing on guard for our patriarch. Otherwise, the war here would be over by now. She looked up into the sky once she finished speaking. I'm not worried about Yang Yi, but that middle-aged man in cloud-white robes. Head truly mysterious and unfathomable. He will probably bring great trouble to our undying race if he interferes. No matter how strong he is, can he compare to Lord Xiaolu and the patriarch? The undying cavalry continued. What do you think? Dugu Juetian thought for a moment and nodded. True. Right, what's happening with those 5 progenitors? The undying cavalry replied solemnly. It's being done. However, they won't truly submit to our race. Dugu Juetian laughed coldly. The day Lord Xiaolu and the patriarch arrive will be the day they die. Let's ignore them for now and let them do as they please. She turned around and left. Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Continent, and the demon's pawn was behind him. In the sky above the continent, Yang Yi said, "Senior, what do you want?" The demon's pawn sized up Yang Yi and said, "So young yet so scheming. You're great." Yang Yi replied, "Let's just be frank. Senior, you revealed such divine might, so I feared your strength and thought of diverting your attention. I hope you forgive my offense." "You're a true man." The demon's pawn suddenly said, "I like your straightforward character, so I'll be frank too. I'm here because I hope to get your help. I need your primordial violet energy and Bodhi tree. As for your conditions, why mention conditions?" Yang Yi suddenly said, "It's my honor to let you use them, so why would I raise any conditions? Am I someone like that?" The demon's pawn was stunned speechless. Chapter 2235 The Undying Race's Plan. Chapter 2235 The Undying Race's Plan. The demon's pawn glanced at Yang Yi with a weird expression in its eyes. "Kid, are you playing some kind of trick again?" "A trick?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Senior, didn't you want to use my primordial violet energy and Bodhi tree?" The demon's pawn replied, "Are you really that generous?" Yang Yi replied, "Senior, you're only borrowing, not stealing. It's my honor to become friends with an expert like you." "No, no." The demon's pawn shook its head. "You're an absolutely cunning fellow. I don't trust you. Just name your conditions, and we'll make a fair trade." While it hadn't been in contact with Yang Yi for long, just the previous incident told it that Yang Yi was full of tricks, and it didn't want Yang Yi to lead it into another trap. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Senior, I'm sincere. I have no ill intent." The demon's pawn replied indifferently, "Just name your conditions. Stop all the nonsense." Yang Yi sighed. "It's so hard to be a good person in this world." The demon's pawn grunted to itself. "A good person? This fellow's a good person? They'll never believe that." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Senior, since you insist on me naming my conditions, then I won't hold back. Right? I'm sure you've noticed the enmity between me and the Undying Race. They'll be coming to look for trouble with me soon, so I hope you'll remain in the city to protect me. All right?" The demon's pawn pondered deeply for a long time and said, "Kid, allow me to be honest. I'm afraid you're no match for them." Yang Yi asked, "You're afraid?" The demon's pawn glanced at Yang Yi. "There's no need to egg me on. You should know if they're strong or not. Those Undying Cavalry aren't the problem. It's very difficult for them to kill you with the strength they possess. However, if that expert behind the door of light comes over, then killing you would probably just take a flip of the palm." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Can you deal with that expert?" The demon's pawn fell silent for a long time before it shook its head. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Even you can't?" The demon's pawn spoke softly, "Kid, you haven't exchanged blows with that fellow, so you don't know how terrifying that person is. That person's strength has surpassed the limits of this universe. It's very difficult to attain the progenitor realm in this universe, and it's extremely difficult to go above the progenitor realm. It would be pretty good if even one appears in tens of thousands of years. However, you don't have to worry because you have support." Yang Yi suddenly said, "I do?" The demon's pawn asked, "You don't know?" Yang Yi asked, "Who?" The demon's pawn shot a weird glance at him, thought for a while, and said, "Forget that. I agree to your conditions. They'll stay, but let me warn you in advance. I won't fight to the death if it's against someone I don't stand a chance against." Yang Yi nodded. "All right." Just like that, they formed an agreement. Yang Yi brought the demon's pawn into the primordial pagoda. Currently, he wasn't afraid of letting outsides inside. While the demon's pawn was formidable, he had in Nanjing and the primordial pagoda, so it wouldn't be too difficult to annihilate the demon's pawn. In the primordial pagoda, the demon's pawn sized up the surroundings and said, "The primordial pagoda and Bodhi tree. There are a total of 5 sacred artifacts, yet you possess 3. Looks like you're a lucky person." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Senior, just cultivate here. The Bodhi tree is over there, and you can go over whenever you want." The demon's pawn nodded and was about to speak when it suddenly looked behind Yang Yi. There was a white little fellow jumping around over there. Snowy. A sprite lord? The demon's pawn frowned slightly. Kid, you've really surprised me. You even possess a sprite lord. You're really rich. It paused for a moment and continued. In these chaotic times, a sprite lord is even more important and precious. But your strength isn't bad, so I don't think many will dare to target you. Even then, it's best to be careful. Thanks for the reminder. Yang Yi nodded, and then he took Snowy in his arms and left the primordial pagoda. The demon's pawn glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. He actually dared to let me in here. That kid is really confident in himself. It vanished on the spot once it finished speaking. After he left the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went to the area behind Void Spirit Hall. Su Qingshi and the others lived in the courtyard house here. After the last battle, had rarely been able to spend time with them. So, for the next few days, Yang Yi just accompanied his family. On the fourth day, a ray of sword energy suddenly shot up into the sky above the city, and then it vanished into the sky. At the endless black holes, Yang Yi had just arrived there when a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. It was the god race's Shi Tian, and Ding Xiaoyao was by his side. Yang Yi asked, "Do you need something?" Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly. According to the information we've gathered, some of the experts from the Undying race and the 5 progenitors are here. They seem to be planning something. So, I called you here to have a look. If it's necessary, we can rope them over to our side. Rope them over? Yang Yi suddenly said, "You must be dreaming." Ding Xiaoyao glanced at him and said, "They won't be willing to be dogs for the Undying race, and so long as they hold such emotions, we have a chance." We? Yang Yi shrugged. "Strategist Ding, allow me to be honest. Am determined to kill them." Ding Xiaoyao said, "If they're willing to take our side, then he'll leave." Yang Yi said, "Strategist Ding, I don't care about the overall situation. All I do know is that my father and brothers died because of them. Work with them? My brothers and father wouldn't be able to rest in their graves." Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him for a long time. "We can't fight the Undying race on our own. So what?" Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "It's just death. They'll be frank. I won't join forces with them. Not ever. If the god race joins forces with them, that's your business. However, I think that our alliance can end here. We can go our separate ways. Farewell." Yang Yi turned around and left. Join forces with the 5 progenitors? If Yang Yi really did that, what would his dead father and brothers think? The overall situation? Yang Yi didn't care about all of that. The 5 progenitors had joined forces against him, and he would never forget that. A debt of blood had to be paid with blood. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao obstructed Yang Yi's path. She glanced at him and said, "It was just a possibility, so there's no need to be so impulsive." "A possibility?" Yang Yi walked over to her. "Miss Ding, you can stop at nothing for the overall situation and your race, but I can't. I want just forget about the dead for the sake of those who are alive." "Enough." Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly said, "It's practically impossible for them to side with us, unless we possess the strength to fight the Undying race. So, let's not argue about something that hasn't occurred. Our goal is to see what the Undying race and those progenitors are doing." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the endless black holes. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi. She was about to speak when Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light and vanished on the spot. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a long time, and then she followed them. The boundless black holes were completely pitch black, and a powerful pulling force was tearing apart everything in its vicinity. However, such a force posed no threat to Yang Yi's group. Around 2 hours later, they stopped. They'd been searching for so long, yet hadn't even found a shadow of the Undying race. Shi Tian said, "Searching like this won't work." Yang Yi thought for a moment and summoned the black hole sprite. Presently, it was Snowy's lackey, and it was always playing with Snowy's side. So, it was time for it to do some real work. Yang Yi patted it lightly and said, "Help me see if there are people here." However, the sprite just swayed from side to side, and then it ceaselessly rubbed its head against Yang Yi's chest. It wanted to go back into the primordial pagoda. It was addicted to staying in there. It was filled with spirit energy, and it was even extremely pure spirit energy. So, it didn't want to stay outside for even a moment. Yang Yes' face darkened. He patted it lightly. Find them and you can go inside. Otherwise, you're staying outside. The sprite instantly became agitated, and it ceaselessly rubbed its head against Yang Yes' chest. Yang Yi had no choice but to summon Snowy. Once she was here, it instantly became much more obedient, and it didn't take long for Snowy's divine might to make it unwillingly lead Yang Yes' group forward. Yang Yi shook his head and felt defeated in his heart. After all, it didn't fear him at all, yet it really feared Snowy. Everything had its own counter. It didn't take long for the sprite to lead them deep into the endless black holes. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi gradually frowned. At this moment, all three of them had quite a bit of vigilance on their faces. It was because the space around them was extremely unstable. It seemed like some sort of energy was shaking the space here. It didn't take long for them to stop, and their expressions changed when they saw the scene before them. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.